Welcome, and thank you for joining today's Market Surveillance Committee meeting. Before we begin, please ensure you have opened the WebEx chat panel by using the associated icon located at the bottom right of your screen. And please note all audio lines have been muted until the Q&A portions of the call. To ask a question, please click on the raise hand icon located on the top right above your chat panel. If you require technical assistance, please send a chat to the event producer. As a reminder, this conference is being recorded. With that, I'll turn the conference over to Dr. Benjamin Hobbs, Chair of the Market Surveillance Committee. Please go ahead.
Okay, thanks very much, Chris, and welcome everybody. If you enjoyed last week, I know you will enjoy this week also. As Chris said, I'm Ben Hobbs, Chair of the MSC, and with me are Jim Bushnell and Scott Harvey, who are also members of the Market Surveillance Committee. We have a number of ISO staff with us, including Anna McKenna, Brad Cooper, Greg Cook, Shami Davis, and presenting the first agenda item on the energy storage enhancements will be Gabe Murtaugh, assisted by George Angelidis. And then for the second agenda item, we have James Friedrich, who will be presenting on the day-ahead market enhancements. As always, we preface the meeting by saying this is not a stakeholder process per se. We definitely value the comments, opinions, and questions of stakeholders, but the MSC process, the purpose is to gather information to support the writing of an opinion, which we will on eventually in both of these topics. We always start these meetings first with welcoming questions or comments from folks on the phone lines about any topic other than the two topics that we'll be addressing today. So, Chris, could you invite folks to get in queue on the phone line?
Sure. As a reminder, if you are logged into the webinar and you would like to ask a question, please click on the raise hand icon located on the top right of your chat panel. Or if you are dialed into the phone line only, please press #2 on your telephone keypad. And it looks like at this time I see no hands raised.
Okay, thank you. So we'll go right into the first agenda item, which will be presented by Gabe. And in this presentation, he's going to be touching upon each of the 6 elements of the energy storage enhancements proposal. And Gabe, it's all yours.
Muted,
Gabe, you are muted.
Classic. Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for attending today. Just before we got started, we were talking about logistics, and I think we have a sharp cutoff right at 3 p.m. So I think, with that said, there's a lot of material to get through, so I'm going to jump right in. Let's go to the next slide, please. Okay. So we are and have been for some time currently working on the Energy Storage Enhancements Initiative. It is a fairly large initiative that's covering a lot of different topics related to storage resources. Those topics kind of fall into 3 different categories. There's changes that are related to reliability. There's changes that are specifically related to enhancements to the co-located model, which we worked on back in the Hybrid Resources Initiative about 2 years ago. And then there are also some very minor changes to the default energy bid for storage resources that we want to talk about and that we're covering in the Energy Storage Enhancements Initiative. The reliability aspects cover 3 individual topics, and just because they're numbers 1, 2, and 3 doesn't necessarily mean they're incredibly straightforward. There's sort of a lot underneath the hood of each of these topics, and that's what we're going to be stepping through today during this presentation. The first improvement is around improving accounting for state of charge for resources that are providing regulation. what we've noticed is that our ancillary services, our current tools that we're using for modeling state of charge don't incorporate regulation. So you might have a resource that has several hours of regulation awards. Our models today believe, well, the way that they're calculating state of charge, it basically doesn't take that into consideration. So state of charge doesn't change hour after hour after hour, even though we know that if these resources are actually providing regulation, they could potentially become more charged or more discharged depending on what those awards look like. So we want to improve that state of charge formula that we have, and I've got some math and some formulas in the presentation. Number two, we want to enhance our bidding requirements for resources that are providing ancillary services. Specifically, we've noticed, and this is feedback that we've gotten from our operations team, that on particular days when some storage resources do have hour after hour after hour of an ancillary service award, they can become either depleted in their state of charge or fully charged and then no longer be able to provide that ancillary service. I think what we've been exploring here is new rules that would require storage resources to have bids for energy in the real-time market. If the resource was providing reg up, they'd have to have energy bids to charge the resource. Reg down would be energy bids to discharge the resource, so that there would be some ability for the ISO markets to always ensure that there's some amount of state of charge so that they can continue to provide ancillary services. Number three are rules around exceptional dispatch. Today we have rules for our exceptional dispatch tools that can basically require any resource on the grid to go and operate to a particular megawatt target. Sometimes for storage resources, though, we might be on a very tight day and we might want a storage resource to hold a specific amount of state of charge. We actually saw this in the data for storage resource operation on the 6th of September. When we had that very high heat day, we actually saw some resources getting exceptional dispatches just to hold state of charge. But today, when you receive that exceptional dispatch, you don't get any kind of additional payment for that. We also don't have tools to exclusively do that, to say, hey, look, this resource has to be operating at above some certain threshold, megawatt hour level. It just specifies what a megawatt target is for that resource. So the idea would be that this would allow operators to specify a specific state of charge level. And then we'd also come up, and we've worked on a compensation methodology for intervals when storage resources are asked to hold state of charge. Essentially, it's an opportunity cost calculation where we're thinking about, lost opportunity from that resource not being able to participate in the real-time market during the intervals when the ISO is asking it to hold state of charge, and then potentially, the opportunity that they did have to discharge later in the day when they were more fully charged. Enhancements to co-located resources. This is primarily driven by feedback that we've gotten from stakeholders. We today have developed two different models to accommodate storage and renewables that are at a same generating location, the hybrid resources model and the co-located resources model. One of the things that we didn't include in the initial outline of the co-located model and what's currently covered in the tariff are rules that would kind of prevent what's known as grid charging, or energy flowing from the grid to the mix of resources that could be at a co-located facility. So if you've got a solar resource and a storage resource, and you never want to have energy flowing from the grid and effectively charging your storage resource, which is what we are told that many storage resources have as a part of their terms of their contracts to get financing. Maybe we want this functionality included in our models, and we've added that to a list of specifications here and how we might be able to accommodate that for co-located resources. We've also thought about the co-located model and how it could potentially extend to pseudo-tie resources. This is a bit of a smaller item in this policy. And then number 6 is improvements to the default energy bid for storage resources. And we've gotten some feedback from actual operational experience from resources. And I think one way to address the feedback that we've received is to include opportunity costs in the day-ahead default energy bid, and I think that's what we're proposing here in this policy. Okay, so I'm basically going to go through all the aspects of the proposal in this order. I think we've had the most discussion around number 1 and number 2, so that's certainly where I'm planning to spend most of my time during this presentation. So I actually have quite a few slides on number 1, number 2, and then we've also gotten a lot of requests from stakeholders to walk through some examples of how, all of the different constraints that we're enforcing in the market, how they would impact a storage resource under these proposals, and what sort of outcomes would we be looking at. So I generated a few examples of that, and I think we can walk through those too. And I suspect that's where we'll spend most of our time, and then we can go at a little bit of a quicker pace through the remaining items with the 2 hours that we have. So let's go ahead to the next slide, please. Okay, we've already outlined this, but the ISO is planning to address 2 different topics or subtopics within the ancillary service umbrella, number 1 and number 2. Number 1, as we talked about, is updating the state of charge equation so that it reflects regulation awards. Today, state of charge is a function of energy awards. So if the resource gets an energy award to charge, we know that the state of charge is going to go up. If the resource gets an energy award to discharge, we know the state of charge is going to go down. And that's included in our state of charge formulation. But what we don't have in the formulation is any kind of reflection of regulation up or regulation down awards. And that's basically what we're proposing here. I've got a formula in a few slides. Yeah. So basically the goal here is to make the modeling of state of charge more accurate, so that accurately reflects what we could expect or might expect to happen to state of charge if a resource is actually participating on the grid, including receiving energy awards or ancillary service awards, including reg up and reg down. And then we've also gotten feedback from stakeholders about specific multipliers that we're applying, and we'll see that in our formulas. And we have a proposal that includes multipliers that change on an hour-by-hour basis. We haven't worked out all the details on how those hourly multipliers are going to be calculated. That is something that we anticipate will be spelled out in the business practice manual. It's also something that we anticipate being periodically updated by the ISO. We know, for example, that we might need more reg up during a particular hour during certain months of the year compared to other months of the year, and we want to be able to accommodate for that. I think likely what we're targeting right now is updating these multipliers on a quarterly basis. And I've included an example of what some of those multipliers might look like. And I think that those numbers are from the appendix of the energy storage enhancements paper. Number 2 is the requirement to have energy bids. It says bids, but we mean energy bids alongside ancillary service awards. And essentially what this rule means is that a resource, a storage resource specifically, couldn't be fully encumbered by ancillary service awards. So you couldn't have, a plus or minus 100 megawatt resource with a 100 megawatt award for reg up and a 100 megawatt award for reg down. That resource gets either fully charged or fully discharged and can't provide one of those services. You have to have a little bit of room in there so that the ISO could potentially dispatch you for energy to charge or discharge if you're providing one of those 2 services or both of those services. The requirements and the constraints would actually apply in both the day ahead and the real-time market. And I think the way that I've written these constraints, and I think these are not the final version of the constraints, which will come out in the business requirements that we will write and circulate to stakeholders. But they would be applied in both, but we wouldn't necessarily require actual energy bids in the day-ahead market. The energy bids would only be required in the real-time markets. Yeah, there's been some discussion in our stakeholder meetings about, well, gee, why does the ISO require both tools? If we have the first tool and our state of charge is more accurate, shouldn't that get us to a place where we don't necessarily need the second tool? I think what I would say about that is, when we have been talking about enhancements to the state of charge equation, we've really been thinking about how regulation awards might apply and might impact state of charge on average. So we might know, for example, that if a particular resource gets a 100 megawatt award for reg up, on average, that's going to decrease the state of charge by, say, 11 megawatt hours over the course of that hour. And we're basing that off of historical information and averages effectively. What that doesn't tell us is, on this particular day, on this particular hour, maybe that resource is being discharged a little bit more, maybe it's being discharged a little bit less because of the actual operational needs on the system. And if that resource is being utilized a little bit more for regulation up, we could still get into a situation where the storage resource is completely depleted from state of charge, and it's not able to provide that those reg up awards anymore. And effectively, for our operations team, this can be quite challenging, because now they don't have a resource that they're counting on to provide the amount of regulation that we need. I think the other thing that I caveat this conversation with is that a few years ago, we obviously didn't have very much storage on our system. A lot of it, when we were talking about 300, 400, 500 megawatts of storage on the system, most of it was providing regulating services. Today, that's not the case. We have a lot of storage resources providing energy shifting services, so they're charging up during the middle part of the day, they're discharging later in the day. And on any given hour, we have requirements for reg up and reg down, typically anywhere between 500 megawatts and 1,000, maybe 1,100 megawatts. And on any particular hour, most, if not all, of that requirement could potentially be served by storage resources. And we often do see storage resources providing a majority of the energy for regulating services. So if we have a couple of big resources that can't meet their regulation obligations, it can really cause some pretty large headaches for our operations team. So this is why this is so important. Let's go to the next slide, please. Okay, getting into it here. So we're talking about change number 1, and we're specifically talking about how the state of charge formula is going to be updated. So the first formula is the formula that we have today. It basically says the state of charge for the current period is based on the state of charge for the previous period, and we're subtracting off any discharging energy. So P's that are greater than 0, or positive P's where we have that little plus sign in parentheses, those are energy awards for positive energy. So that's the resource discharging energy. The negative P's, the third term on the right-hand side of the equation, those are charging awards for the resource. Those charging awards are multiplied by an eta, and that eta is a resource-specific value that measures, and it's something that we track in our master file data, round-trip efficiency for the resource. So if you've got a lithium-ion battery and it's 85% efficient, then you get an award for, 10 megawatts of charging. You're actually only going to increase your state of charge by 8.5 megawatt hours, which represents that later on sometime you could potentially give this resource an award to dispatch and discharge up to 8.5 megawatts during one particular hour. The updated equation is the second equation on this page, and it's basically got the first same 3 terms on the right-hand side of the equal sign. So you're thinking about how state of charge is going to change. You're thinking about the old state of charge. You're subtracting off any discharge awards, adding any charging awards multiplied by the eta. And then you've also got 2 additional terms. You've got a term for regulation up and a term for regulation down. Instead of this funky notation with the positive signs and the negative signs for the p-values, the reg up values and the reg down values are all positive here. So if you get a regulational up award, we're thinking about it like a positive number, and we've got a multiplier that's appended to that regulation value. That mu multiplier is a value that is not resource specific, but it's actually hour specific. So we probably could get some additional notation in there just to note that those multipliers, mu1 and mu2, are specific to reg up and reg down. They're specific currently, and this is the way we're thinking about it, to all resources, but they change hour to hour. And that's how we're thinking about these right now. So let's go ahead to the next slide. Oh, my computer's going to sleep. Here we go. I think we're back. Okay, so this is this is that picture that we were talking about earlier, where we're thinking about what those values look like during each hour. So we've got hour ending 1 through 24 in the first column. We've got what the multipliers would or could potentially look like in the second column that would be applied to reg up. And then we've got what the multipliers would or could look like that could be applied to reg down. Frankly, this is looking at 3 months of data. I think it's data, March through the end of May, so kind of spring data. And I just ran a simple least squares regression with reg up values, reg down values, and state of charge before the hour and after the hour, when resources were providing regulation in real time. And these are the values that I came up with. So let's just look, for example, here, hour ending 7. What does this say? It says, if I am a resource and I get a 100 megawatt award for regulation up in hour ending 7, I would expect that my state of charge would decrease by about 12 megawatt hours during that particular hour. And then if I was the same resource and I got an award for regulation down, I didn't get any other awards, hour ending 7, I would expect that my state of charge would actually increase by 24 megawatt hours. So a couple things to pull out of this slide. First of all, the numbers for reg down tend to be a lot higher than the numbers for reg up. So what that means is when we are awarding a resource reg down, we are often charging it more than we would discharge a similar award for regulation up during the same hour, most hours. We also see that there's quite a bit of fluctuation from hour to hour. So, hour ending, 2, 3, 4, they tend to be pretty quiet. The numbers, both for regulation up, the multipliers, both for regulation up and regulation down, tend to be fairly low. During our morning peak ramp hours, both the multipliers pended to regulation up and regulation down are pretty high. And then we see probably the highest numbers of the day in the evening hours. They get particularly high for regulation down. I think 37 is the maximum during hour ending 21. So actually we are converting quite a bit of reg down awards into charging energy for storage resources during those later evening hours. So that's just something to note. Can we advance the next slide, please? Okay, so
could I ask, before we go, I have a couple questions about this chart.
Correct.
And can you give us some intuition as to why the reg down multipliers would be twice or more as large as the reg up? What's going on in the system that would do that? I have no intuition at all for this. If you had the reverse, I would have believed it also. So is there an explanation?
There could be. I think Guillermo is probably a better person to answer that question than me. I think one of the reasons that we could potentially be seeing higher multipliers on the reg down numbers could be due to like load biasing. If you put an adjustment in and you're actually going out and your market is procuring more resources, you might then potentially be leaning more heavily on the reg down that you've procured because you've effectively overscheduled a bit in terms of your energy awards. But that is a working hypothesis and has not been borne out by data, and that's my own theory.
Okay. I also wanted to, let's see, I don't think Guillermo's on, but that is curious, but that does sound plausible. Can you tell us a little bit about the uncertainty around these numbers? I imagine there's a huge spread, and the reason I ask, I wonder if the actual multipliers might be much higher during, at least for reg up, during times of system stress or when there's scarcity of regulation. If there was a correlation between these values and system conditions, I could see an argument being made that, well, maybe we should be a little bit conservative in one direction or another, because when we've underestimated, for example, the amount of discharge that happens for reg up is precisely when we really need the regulation, and so perhaps we should have higher multipliers than just the average. First of all, how wide is the spread amount for a particular value for a particular hour? I imagine it's pretty broad. And second, do you have any sense about correlations with system conditions that might make us want to bias these a little bit?
Yeah. So let me just first start by saying that I think the objective here of what we're trying to do is we're trying to line up state of charge as close as we can with how it's actually going to play out in reality. And I feel a little bit remiss here. Guillermo put together this really nice slide that shows kind of what we've got in one day in actual state of charge estimates in our day ahead market, and then he shows what the estimates would look like and what the actual state of charge levels are, and it's really interesting because the estimates of what the state of charge would be line up really well with the shape of the actual state of charges. And this is just for a typical day, for a typical resource. It's not extreme conditions. So I think that's the positive news. I think the bad news that this graph shows, and again, I wish I would have included in this deck, is that on some specific days, you might also get some energy awards that were unanticipated in the day ahead market that show up in the real-time market. And as soon as you have that, you've kind of got a fundamental difference between your day ahead and your real-time schedules. And that can drive differences between where you thought your state of charge was going to be and where your actual state of charge is across the entire day. Now, your real-time state of charge, if you had an energy award during the previous hour, your real-time state of charge formula would kind of account for that, and then you've got telemetry information coming in too. So I think that's where I would start, is just say, we're trying to make the state of charge formula, or at least I think the objective should be that we try to make the state of charge formula reflect as close as we can what's hopefully going to happen in reality when we're actually operating these resources. The second thing I would say is that I tend to agree with you. I think on days when we have more extreme outcomes, we are more likely to use more of both reg up and reg down. For exactly the reasons that you're thinking of. We've got more variability, and I think you can almost see that in the data here. During the really calm times of the day, hour ending 10, hour ending 11, hour ending 12, we're not actually using much energy from these regulating services, but during the higher stress days higher stress hours we are on average. I think it would stand to reason that on higher stress days, these extremes would be even greater. As far as actual information on what the variability is or the variance is for these numbers, I don't have those at my fingertips right now, but we can certainly talk about it. The other thing is, this is just an analysis that I ran. I think Guillermo would ultimately own the process to calculate these. So any kind of analysis we'd have to get run through Guillermo and kind of get him to sign off on what the methodology is going to be, because his team's going to own that going forward and kind of, maintain the methodology and keep that updated in the BPM and those kinds of things.
Can I follow up on a couple things there then?
Sure.
Okay, so first on the load conformance point, I think you said the data don't bear that out, but maybe you meant to say you haven't looked into it, or because I would think that even just doing a scatter plot or just doing some kind of correlation between load conformance and reg up, reg down, that'd be interesting. I'd be curious to know what that would look like. And were you saying that you just haven't done that yet, or that you actually did do it and it didn't yield anything?
We have not done that analysis.
Okay. Yeah, that's what I thought. I guess another I think I just missed this, but are the numbers we're looking at here a regression on all reg up, reg down, or is it something specifically limited to storage resources?
So these are storage resources, so only storage resources. I think we're looking at 3 months of data, and we're breaking it down specifically hour by hour.
Uh-huh.
And they're only, obviously only storage resources that are receiving reg up and
sure.
reg down.
Well, yeah. And is the thinking, I guess I can see an argument for doing this for all, I guess it's a supply versus demand sort of thing, but
Yep.
demand for reg up versus reg down, to the extent that's, I guess what you're trying to do is anticipate what these types of resources would be doing, and that's why you're sort of focused on this limited group.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. With regards to, I think you said you just ran sort of this OLS with hour of day here. So at least, the standard errors might tell us whether we can reject 0 in these. When Ben was asking about the uncertainty.
Yeah.
But it'd be, that'd be a quick thing to just check. If these are really big standard errors, then we kind of know there's a lot of
yeah, and the standard errors that I saw, and I'm thinking back here on my memory, it didn't appear that they were overly concerning, but you look at the data, and there certainly is a some days you really use a lot of energy, and other days you don't.
Mm-hmm.
So the data does have some variance.
Okay, thanks.
This is Scott. I have another question. It kind of leads into the next topic, but I want to get it up on while we're looking at this data. I mean, if I look at these reg down and reg ups, it looks like any resource that has an equal reg up and reg down schedule, I shouldn't have to worry about it running out of energy, because it should be recharging, even during the most intense ramp up hours, it should be loading itself up, not running itself down.
Yeah, I would agree with that, and we haven't really thought about, in the next section, we haven't really thought about what those kind of interactions could potentially do to reduce your burden to submit some bids into the market. But I do agree that this data would say, gee, if it's hour ending 14 and you've got a reg up award and a reg down award, maybe you don't need as much, in terms of bids in the market, if you just have like a reg down award. So I agree with that.
It's interesting to know if the people that are running out of state of charge are people that have only got reg up.
Yeah, and frankly, I think we're actually seeing the other problem more. We're seeing the problem where resources are scheduled for reg down hour after hour, and they actually reach full state of charge, and then they can't provide the reg down service anymore.
So that would be consistent, with the load conformance problem too. That
Right.
We just blow it out with the load conformance, another unintended consequence. Yeah.
Potentially.
Thanks.
Yep.
So, Chris, could you check to see if there's anybody in the phone lines?
We do have one caller in queue.
Okay. Please go ahead, caller.
Hello, this is Elvis Svoboda from PG&E.
Hi, Alva.
Hi. I wanted to sort of, first of all, I want to say I support both of these changes, and I support the combination of both of these changes. From our perspective, we have seen this as an issue exactly as Gabe portrayed it, of us being charged through reg down and not able to discharge. and then actually being taken off of reg or losing our reg because of that, which is a substantial cost. Also, I should point out that reg down for a battery involves buying real-time energy, which can be very disadvantageous. And of course, there's the bid cost recovery issue is entwined with that. But what I wanted to basically say, and really it goes back to the constraint more than to these multipliers. If we could go back to that slide, one slide back. My opinion of this change is not that it will yield a more accurate state of charge. And I think it was misleading for Guillermo to present a slide which indicated that for one particular occasion, it would lead to an accurate picture of state of charge. In the day-ahead market, the point of this constraint is to yield a more robust solution, a solution that both the operators and the battery owner can live with better. And in particular, if you know, as these multipliers indicate, that you're going to get charged when you provide reg down, then the optimization should award less reg down to a resource that only has reg down bids, for example. And it should be looking at the amount of reg down that's being awarded as a risk of going out of bounds of state of charge. Okay, so I think that is really the use of this constraint. And with that mindset, any parameters that yield a more robust solution are an improvement over the current state of affairs. They don't have to be accurate on a daily basis. They're not going to actually yield an accurate forecast of state of charge in general. However, there is a fundamental problem with the way this has been set up right now by CAISO, as that this constraint is going to replace the original energy constraint. The issue is that multiple hours of ancillary service award can yield energy awards specifically to address having gone outside of bounds on the ancillary service award. That is not a good outcome of having presented the constraint in this way, because that energy award may have to be bought back disadvantageously by the battery because their state of charge doesn't allow that award to happen. And if the original energy constraint had been in place, that award would not have been made. Because just as an example, which I was using the other day, if the battery starts at full charge and it receives, let's just say, reg up instructions that are sufficient to take it to minimum, okay? So over 4 or 5 hours, it goes to minimum. This constraint would force an award of charging in the next hour in order to permit further reg down awards, or to permit anything actually for feasibility. But if the reg up was not taken, the resource would still be at full charge in that hour. So my view of the fix to this is that both the original energy constraint and this updated constraint should be active in the market. The energy constraint still needs to be there to balance energy that is bought and sold in the day-ahead market. And if, for example, a battery that was at full charge discharges, that reduction in state of charge does enable more ancillary service perhaps to be awarded than would have otherwise been the case. But the dispatches of energy that occur due to the regulation-related constraint should be considered spurious, in my opinion. They should not actually yield energy awards. And so with the two constraints in place, the energy awards are going to be driven by the energy constraint. The ancillary service awards are going to be driven by the ancillary service constraint, and the combination will be feasible to both. So this is just one suggestion as to how to use this to perhaps yield a solution that's more acceptable to both CAISO and to the battery operator. I hope that was clear. I don't think there's anything
Sure, I didn't
complicated.
follow it, Alva. Did any of you guys understand it? Because I'm not grasping it.
So
Well,
if I'm
the
not,
basic thing is both constraints are needed.
I don't
And
understand that. I mean, what's wrong?
well, because you're going to get energy awards using the second constraint that are not they're not economically based, they're feasibility based.
But they should be driven by the bids. They should only be accepting energy bids when the profits you make on the energy bid or the loss on the energy bid are outweighed by profits on the regulation bids. I mean, you're talking about the second equation, and it seems to me if we put that in the day-ahead market, it'd be optimizing over the day-ahead market, and it would say, yes, if we recharge you in this hour in the day-ahead market, that'll enable you to do more regulation, but it should only do that. The objective function should only do that if that is profitable based on your bids.
Yeah, so the energy market activity is showing up in the P's in this equation, isn't it?
Right. The energy market activity is showing up in the P's.
And so what would the energy constraint that you're referring to, so what is that layer on top of this?
So, and by the way, George pointed out that these are equality constraints. I guess you certainly would have to figure out how to frame them as inequality constraints. So I'm not questioning that criticism, but basically the solution with respect to the regulation constraints, say that you've awarded regulation up to the point where the state of charge has hit a limit, that would not yield an energy award in the fifth or sixth hour, because that award would not be feasible to the other state of charge constraint. In other words, in the example, if you're at full charge and there has not been any discharge, an actual discharge award prior to hitting minimum state of charge based on regulation awards, then there would be no possibility of a charging award because it would not be feasible per the energy constraint.
It seems to me that it's a joint constraint. It doesn't matter whether you charge due to regulation or you charge due to an energy charging. It's just, what the charges are, and that I don't get the logic for having two. It seems like guaranteed to result in inefficiency and reduced profits of the storage device.
it certainly makes the feasible region smaller, right? Because it's the same P's. There's one set of P's and it appears in both equations, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's right.
So you will have a smaller feasible region.
Right.
I smell some unanticipated consequences, but this is the sort of thing it sounds like we should be looking at the same spreadsheet and simulating this.
Right. I view expressed, and my view's been expressed. I just think the energy awards that come out of the regulation constraint are not, if they're they may not be real energy awards. In other words, if you're at full charge and you get a charging constraint in this updated constraint, that is completely dependent on the discharge having actually been realized by the regulation, and it's not going to be realized by the regulation in most cases. So that's a problem.
Still not following this. I mean,
So I think what you're saying, Alva, is okay. So the second constraint is basically limiting or adjusting the state of charge based upon expected, let's call it that, expected discharge or charging from the regulation award. And to the extent that the expected is not actually realized, when you get to the later period, you could end up with, this constraint is thinking like you've got a lot less energy in your charge than you actually would if you're never actually discharged.
But that would be true even if you enforce two constraints. It could still be off. I mean, I don't see how yeah, there's a potential for all of these things to not happen in real time, but this is just a way to get it ballpark, as Alba said, ballpark accurate, and
Well,
more accurate in the IFM than it is now. And of course, what's going to happen in real time is going to be a variation on this, but
Right.
it's still better to start out closer to reality than farther away. And it seems to me like splitting them up doesn't change the fact that, yeah, it might be you only get reg down or you only get reg up in real time, and splitting them doesn't help that.
well, I think there's an issue of how you keep the energy awards reasonable for uh, as a plan of operating the battery. So um, something to think about. I'm not
Mm-hmm.
going to.
Yeah. So these numbers will not be hardwired into the tariff. These will be BPM, and Guillermo and his crew will be able to adjust these over time as their behavior becomes clear and the need becomes clear. Is that correct, Gabe?
Yeah, I think the idea really is, well, my idea was, and I think this is along the lines that Scott's thinking of, is I'd like state of charge, or the goal for the state of charge equation to be as good of a guess as we can get on how it's going to behave in real time when we're making decisions about energy awards and ancillary service awards in the day ahead market. Obviously today we've got some problems because in the day ahead market, we're operating on that first equation. We can give a resource regulation down awards all day, all 24 hours. And the way we model that in our day ahead market is that the state of charge never changes over the course of the day. Obviously, when that resource is actually operating in the real-time market, we know that the state of charge could start pretty low, but over time it's going to ink up. It's going to go up and up and up and up. And eventually it's going to get to the point where it's fully charged or it's almost fully charged. And, it's just going to be on the cusp of being able to provide that regulation down service. And it's certainly, well, it's very unlikely that it would be able to provide that service all 24 hours of the day, even though that is an outcome that we see in our markets. So my hope would be that by making this change to the formula, we would avoid those kind of outcomes and hopefully get to something that's a little bit closer for the results from our day ahead market. Even though we all know that the results aren't going to be perfect 100% of the time, some days might be a little higher, a little low, something like that.
So, Gabe, I think we should move on to the next topic, but if you don't mind me taking the last word, which is you suggest that we're trying to hit the average value as close as we can, and that's actually not the right decision rule if they're asymmetric penalties. If it's a lot worse to be, to go way over than way under, in which case that's why we bias a lot of things. But again, you're quite right that this is something that Guillermo and his crew would need to look at and do some simulations and some assessments of that. As long as these aren't hardwired into tariffs, and something is going for, but we can adjust those based on learning. Then I'm confident that they could be adapted as we figure out the behavior of this.
And are we sure there wasn't anybody else on the phone on this topic?
I was told there. Chris, you said there was one person. Is there anybody else?
At this time, I see no more hands raised.
Okay.
Okay. I think under our participants part of the menu, we can see if there's somebody's got their hand raised. So, yeah, thanks for mentioning that, Jim.
Great.
So let's go on to number 2.
Excellent. And I would just, not to belabor this, but in the price formation initiative, we are thinking about imbalance reserves and what kind of impact imbalance reserves might have on state of charge. So we might have a very similar conversation as we start talking about the price formation initiative. And I think I'm kind of the same mind there. We should probably be reflecting as close as we can what we expect the outcomes to be to state of charge. But with imbalance reserves, it might be even harder, and it might be even more dependent on certain circumstances. On those very hot days, you could be in a situation where you kind of, it all gets turned into energy. On typical days, maybe it doesn't. So more to think about, not for today's discussion, but food for thought. Just take a note here. Okay, let's go on to the next slide. Okay. Yeah, and these are the more challenging topics. So it's good that we're spending time here, and this is anticipated. Okay. So the second item that we have in the proposal is a requirement to have bids, or an ability for the ISO to dispatch a resource for energy. And we're specifically thinking about this in the real-time market when these resources have ancillary service awards. And I think we've kind of gone over the problem, but the issue really is, and we've heard this from our operators, Guillermo's pulled some data, and we've seen this in some of the preliminary data, but there are resources out there that get into situations where they don't have sufficient state of charge to be able to continue to provide ancillary services. Our operators basically have to go out and, sometimes it involves like a manual process where they're looking at other resources that they could potentially get for regulation when they're awarding no pay in the real-time market, the FMM market, to resources that have insufficient state of charge. So when we first started this proposal, we were initially thinking, well, gee, if I've got a storage resource and it's got a 1 megawatt award for regulation up, we should be requiring it to have in the real-time market a bid of at least 1 megawatt in the downward direction for energy that would be unencumbered by other ancillary service awards. We've thought about that more, and we've looked at the numbers, and we think we really can easily and comfortably relax that number to 50%. I think as we go beyond 50%, we saw some of those numbers, the average numbers on that table that I showed, show some of the numbers kind of approaching, the high 20s, the low 30% ranges, particularly for reg down. So for a reg down requirement, if a resource was only awarded reg down, 50% might not quite cover it on an extreme day. I think the hope would be that it would give the operators at least a little bit of latitude or a majority of latitude to cover most situations. And basically the way this would work is if, again, same resource, it's awarded 1 megawatt of regulation up, we'd require it to have at least a 0.5 megawatt of bids for energy in the downward direction. So there'd be a little bit of flexibility for the ISO to actually dispatch this resource down to get it charged if it was fully depleted. Bids would be required.
Now, we just talked, though, you said the problem is more not them being depleted, but them being full, right? Okay. Right.
So for reg down, it would be just the opposite. You'd have a resource that has a 1 megawatt award for reg down energy. You'd have to have at least a 0.5 megawatt of bids in the upward direction that are unencumbered. Yeah, so the key point here is kind of this third sub-bullet. We would be requiring that these energy bids don't overlap for ancillary service awards. So if you're getting a 100 megawatt award for reg down and a 100 megawatt award for reg up, you couldn't, there's no way to provide, if you're a plus or minus 100 megawatt resource, there's no way to provide any additional energy bids there and actually have the ISO be able to award you those energy awards in the real-time market. So we actually have to have awards that are realizable, if you will. Okay, so let's go on to the next slide. Okay, this is kind of a simple example, and this is the example that's included in the paper, so I think everybody's seen this. So I'll run through it pretty quickly, and then we can go on to the more complicated examples and some of the math, or at least preliminary examples for some of the math. So basically, if you've got this plus or minus 12 megawatt resource, I tried to make these numbers a little bit easier just to kind of work with here. And you've got it's a 4-hour battery, so it's got 48 megawatt hours of total capacity for state of charge, so it can be charged from 0 megawatt hours up to 48 megawatt hours. That resource, could potentially receive in the day-ahead market an award for 12 megawatts of regulation up, no problem, as long as there's not a full 12 megawatts of regulation down as well. Same thing, it could be awarded for 12 megawatts of regulation down, as long as there's no 12 megawatt award for regulation up. If there were equal parts reg up and reg down under this rule, the way that that's currently specified, the most that a storage resource, that this particular storage resource could receive is 8 megawatts of regulation up and 8 megawatts of regulation down. The day-ahead market, there would be no obligation to bid energy, although you might have a resource adequacy obligation to bid. This rule would require no new requirements on the resource. And then, of course, there could be any combination of other combinations that would still allow for 50% of whatever award you receive for reg up or reg down to be able to bid unencumbered for energy in the real-time market. So in the real-time market, we actually would be imposing potentially new requirements. Obviously, if you are a resource adequacy resource, which most storage resources are, you'd still have a requirement to bid. But if you did receive that award for 12 megawatts of regulation up, no award for regulation down, you would be required to bid at least 6 megawatts of energy in the charging or the negative range. Same thing if the resource was awarded 12 megawatts of regulation down, you'd be required to bid 6 megawatts of energy in the discharging range, so the positive range. And for resources that were awarded 8 megawatts of regulation up and 8 megawatts of regulation down, there would be a requirement for the last plus or minus 4 megawatts to be bid in as energy. So you'd have to have the 8 megawatt award for reg up, plus the 4 megawatts of discharge capability, the 8 megawatt award for reg down, plus the 4 megawatts of charging ability. And all of that would need to be in order for the resource to get a real-time award for 8 and 8 in terms of a regulation up and regulation down awards. And what we're not doing here is we're not making any statements about what will or will not clear in the market. So even though you have these awards in the market for energy, they're still economic awards. You can still bid them however you'd like. You could bid them at 1,000. You could bid them at negative 150. You can bid them at 0 or 50 or whatever. The actual market clearing prices and the other constraints in the market will dictate the actual energy awards on a 5-minute by 5-minute basis that the storage resources receive. Okay, next slide, please. Okay. Okay. I have been asked by a few market participants to think about what the requirements are in the markets today, kind of give a little bit more of a deep dive about ancillary services and how things are co-optimized with energy, and then kind of take a look at what all of the constraints are, or at least the relevant constraints are for storage resources when we're thinking about state of charge and how those might impact storage resources. So I've attempted to do that in the next couple of slides. I don't think we need to spend a whole lot of time on this, but given some of the questions I've received, I think there are some questions from stakeholders out there. So I'll still run through this. I think the first one is kind of the most basic building block. So we know, and we've already talked about this today, that ancillary services and energy bids are co-optimized in the day-ahead market. The day-ahead market is obviously performing a cost minimization problem, and it's trying to serve load and procure ancillary services and observe a whole ton of constraints, including transmission constraints and operational constraints, while serving that load at the least cost across all the resources across all 24 hours of the day. The market ensures that, and it really is counting all the costs or the costs for energy and the cost for ancillary services and minimizing those across the full day. So you could potentially get awards, depending on how you bid for storage resources for energy. You could get awards for ancillary services, or you could get awards for a combination of both. Obviously, storage resources are a little bit unique because they can get reg up and reg down awards and a 0 megawatt energy award. That's not typical for other resources. Most traditional generators, if you get a 0 megawatt energy award, you can only provide regulation up and not regulation down. For storage, obviously, that's not the case.
Question here. We've talked about the fact that the CAISO can't optimize in real time because the operators are choosing which resources to schedule. Now, so this isn't completely true in the day-ahead market. There's some adjustments going on.
Yeah.
Is that going after the market clears? The schedules are being adjusted so that their schedules are different what clears in the day-ahead market, or how is that? It's confusing to me what's going on there.
I think I have George Angelidis on the phone, and this seems like a perfect time for him to jump in. George, are you there?
This is George. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, apologies for the elevator music in the background. But I'm not aware of situations where an operator will actually materially change the day-ahead award out of the day-ahead market, unless, Gabe, you're referring to exceptional dispatch that's done in advance. So maybe you can clarify. But
Yeah, I think George, I've had some conversations with operators where they said that on some occasions they would review the day-ahead market results, particularly for resources that are receiving ancillary service awards. And I think what they're looking for is deliverability. But maybe we need to get somebody from the operations team on to talk about this if that's something that's happening often, or maybe it's just a one-off exceptional dispatch like you're saying.
right, yeah, no, I mean, yes, we know that they're concerned about the deliverability of ancillary services, particularly from energy limited storage resources, and that's why you have these enhancements here in this initiative to address this issue. And you did mention also exceptional dispatch for storage devices to hold the storage for certain hours, that the operators would require the device to hold its storage for some hour that comes afterwards that they may need to dispatch it. So all of this, unless you were referring to this specific exceptional dispatch instructions, I don't think the operators would have the ability to change the head results on the fly, because this is a very complicated set of constraints.
Yeah.
So they may be actually changing the day ahead results create some infeasibility. It's very difficult to just have a look at the schedule and have a good idea about what to change over the 24-hour day.
Well, that makes sense to me, because I was wondering how this would happen. But then I'm told that the reason we have to do it this way is because we can't re-optimize regulation in real time. And if someone can't perform, we just, the optimization schedules someone else at a penalty price and charges them that, like some of the other ISOs do. So, that's the source of the question, is a number of ISOs handle this problem by, if you get your bids for schedules that aren't feasible, you'll have to buy out of them at an unfavorable price in real time.
You're right, Scott, and maybe I wanted to ask Alva earlier on the discussion that there was. I had raised my hand, but then we moved off that topic. Regarding the day-ahead market, those constraints that we were proposing here, I don't think there will be any problem, because all the commodities are optimized over the 24-hour day. Alva was mentioning that maybe, for a 4-hour battery, if we have this coefficient 100% for regulation up, then we can get 4 hours of full regulation upwards, and then the 5th hour. I think maybe he said that the market will actually force the resource to charge so that it can have another regulation upward the 6th hour. So I just wanted to point out that this is actually co-optimized in the market, so the market will only charge it if it is the outcome is optimal. But in real time, though, and maybe Alva was concerned about real time. In real time, we do have penalties assigned to day-ahead ancillary services. We're not really re-optimizing those day-ahead ancillary services currently. So we try to hold them. And if in real time the state of charge is not sufficient to support an ancillary service award from the day-ahead market, that may result in a battery being charged at potentially an unattractive price, so that it can maintain its day-ahead upward ancillary service award. And if it cannot do that, then of course that will result in an no-pay. But I'm not sure exactly what Alva was concerned about, but maybe he was concerned about the fact that, at these situations, maybe a no-pay outcome is far better than, having the resource being forced to charge to maintain a day-ahead ancillary service award, and maybe he can let us know. But this is something that we have to look into, because it's a real case that may have unintended consequences.
Yeah, and I'm concerned, George, that the no pay rule isn't enough of a penalty, because if we have to spend $500 to replace it and they only got paid $20 day ahead or $5, there's an asymmetry, and that doesn't give them enough, the right incentives in terms of making sure they're able to cover their day ahead market schedule, as opposed to if they had to buy out of it at a real time price. But okay, I think we understand. But I think that's what those penalty factors do, is they lock in the day ahead market schedule, and I think that's because the operators don't trust the optimization, but is what I've heard, but it's obviously relevant to this.
Okay, yeah. Thanks, Scott. Appreciate it. Okay. So, back to the fundamentals here. Ancillary service awards are carried over from the day ahead of market to the real-time market. So, you're getting your schedules, and I think this is exactly what you were just saying, Scott. Those schedules from the day ahead market are studied by the operations engineers, and power flow analyses and models are done based on where we expect our ancillary services to be, and ensuring that we can get those delivered from the locations where we are procuring the AS to the load centers where they're actually going to be consumed. In the real-time market, occasionally we do have resources that are unavailable or unable to support the ancillary service awards. They could be awarded no pay, which is what we were just talking about in the 15-minute market. And at that time, in the same 15-minute market optimization, we could potentially also go out and procure additional resources to make up that gap in ancillary services if we lose a resource and award it no pay. Ancillary service awards will and do, even for traditional resources, impact potential energy awards in real time. For example, not thinking about storage, but any resource, if you've got a 100 megawatt resource with a 100 megawatt award for regulation up, you can't give it any additional award for energy. The energy you can only schedule capacity from that resource for regulation or for energy, but not really for both. I illustrate that on the next slide. If we could advance one, please. Yeah, super simple illustration here. I'm not trying to be too pedantic, but basically you've got a traditional, think about a gas resource. It can operate anywhere from 0 megawatts to 100 megawatts. You could get in the day ahead market potential outcomes that look like anything in black on the right. So you could have an award for 100 megawatts of energy, 0 megawatts of reg up, 0 megawatts of energy, 100 megawatts of reg up, 50 megawatts of energy, 50 megawatts of reg up. And of course, if you're awarded 50 megawatts of energy, you could also receive an award for 50 megawatts of reg down. One thing I would also note is that, and it's not included on the slide here, but if you're awarded that same 50 megawatts of energy, you could potentially be awarded 50 megawatts of regulation up and 50 megawatts of regulation down. That's an additional complication. I didn't include any more specific examples in this deck on that, but I think we're all acknowledging that that is a possibility. In feasible outcomes, what you couldn't get is a award for energy for 100 megawatts and a reg up award for another 100 megawatts. That would be 200 megawatts of capacity, and the capacity is just not there. There's only 100 megawatts of capacity, and in fact, you couldn't even get anything more than 50 megawatts of energy and 50 megawatts of reg up if they're balanced. Next slide, please. So what does it look like if a resource is awarded 50 megawatts of energy and 50 megawatts of regulation up in the real-time market? Super simple graph, just generated some random data here. This isn't, this isn't based on anything, but just kind of a rough illustration of how this could potentially work. You've got the same 100 megawatt resource, traditional resource, think about a gas generator, and we're looking at the interval from 8:05 to 8:10. The resource actually receives an energy award for 50 megawatts. This award for the entire 8 o'clock hour ending 9 would have an award for 50 megawatts of regulation up. It obviously could, be bidding for energy during that hour, and during any specific 5-minute interval, it may get an energy award based on locational marginal prices and the bid curves anywhere between 0 megawatts and 50 megawatts. So let's just assume in the 5-minute interval from 8:05 to 8:10 that the resource receives a 50 megawatt award for energy. During that time, the resource is actually responding to AGC set point instructions, and those set points, because it has 50 megawatts of regulation up that it's also providing, could be anywhere from the 50 megawatt award that the resource has for energy all the way up to 100 megawatts, which would be the upper operational limit for the resource. Obviously, I'm just doing this as a simplified example. The resource would also be ramp constrained, so we wouldn't be asking it to operate anywhere that it couldn't ramp to. And these are 4-second dispatches. So obviously some of these, particularly for some of the slower gas resources, could potentially be ramp constrained. But this is kind of an example of what the actual output of a resource could look like. Obviously, if this was a battery, anything above that 50 megawatt line would be, the area underneath of the curve would be additional energy that if it was battery, that the battery would be discharging, and that discharge energy would mean that the state of charge would be decreasing more than just the 50 megawatt award for energy. That would also be decreasing over the course of this 5 minutes. And of course, this assumes that the resource is perfectly following AGC set points, which of course isn't always the case as well. Okay, so let's go on to the next slide, where instead of thinking about gas resources, we're thinking about storage resources. Things get a little bit more complicated here. Same type of situation though. You've got a resource that has an operational range from negative 100 megawatts to positive 100 megawatts. You could get all kinds of potential outcomes. You could get an award for 100 megawatts of energy, and same scenario, 0 megawatts of reg up. You could get an award for 0 megawatts of energy and 100 megawatts of reg up. In the market today, you could also get an award, and this isn't listed on here, but you could potentially get an award for minus 100 megawatts of energy and up to 200 megawatts of reg up. And then you can also be awarded for reg down. So if the resource gets an award for energy for 100 megawatts of energy, positive 100 megawatts, you could have up to 200 megawatts of award for reg down. Same thing that we talked about earlier. Obviously, if the resource gets a 0 megawatt award for energy, it could get an award for 100 megawatts of reg up and 100 megawatts of reg down. Still have some infeasible outcomes though. You can't schedule the storage resource in the day ahead market for 100 megawatts for energy and 100 megawatts of reg up. That would be outside or could lead to operational capabilities outside of the range for the resource's operation. Same thing, you can't get an award for 70 megawatts of energy and 70 megawatts of reg up. It would have to be less than or equal to 100 total without a corresponding award for reg down. So let's go on to the next slide. Again, a simplified example. It doesn't cover every single scenario, but it does cover some scenarios. Specifically, same assumptions, resource regulation up. Obviously, the resource could be dispatched anywhere from negative 100 megawatts up to 50 megawatts for energy during this particular hour when it received the ancillary service award. During this particular 5-minute interval, we've made an assumption that based on bids and locational marginal prices, this resource receives an energy award for 50 megawatts. Again, we're looking at the interval from the 5-minute interval from 8:05 to 8:10. And during that interval, the AGC set point is operating the resource anywhere between a floor of 50 megawatts to a ceiling of 100 megawatts, which is, obviously the 100 megawatt ceiling would correspond to the full operational capability of the resource. Same scenario as before. In reality, this AGC set point instruction would be limited by the ramp capabilities of the storage resource. These are 4-second instructions, so they would be changing every 4 seconds. Okay, so yeah, relatively straightforward examples. On the next slide, I'm attempting to outline the constraints that are governing the operation of the storage resources. So we've got 3 that immediately come to mind. There's obviously a lot more constraints that are impacting storage resources at any given time as we're running our optimization. I think these 3 kind of speak to the changes that we're talking about in this initiative. Specifically, the first one is the state of charge formulation. The black part of this equation is the existing state of charge formulation. The red part of the formulation is the new proposed functionality. So we're basically saying, okay, we know what our state of charge is going into the interval. We know we're going to give the resource some award for energy, potentially some award for regulation up and regulation down. Based on those awards for energy and regulation, what's going to happen to state of charge during this interval? That state of charge is constrained. Obviously, you can't operate the resource above its maximum state of charge. You can't operate the resource below its minimum state of charge. So we're sort of implicitly applying those 2 constraints. But additionally, if the resource is providing ancillary services, the ancillary service state of charge constraint, which is what we talked about in this meeting last Monday, would be applicable. So today, the ISO does enforce a constraint that requires that any resource that is providing ancillary services must have at least 30 minutes of state of charge in order to provide that service. These are applied in both the real-time markets, so the 15-minute market and the 5-minute market. There is also, not shown on this page, but there is also an ancillary service state of charge constraint that's imposed in the day-ahead market. Instead of requiring 30 minutes of state of charge, it requires 60 minutes of state of charge. But we're really just focused on the real-time markets here. So the formulation says, okay, your state of charge for a particular resource, interval T, has to be greater than or equal to the minimum state of charge. So could be 0 megawatt hours plus 0.5 or half times the regulation award, plus half times the spinning reserve award, plus 0.5 times the non-spinning reserve. And then, of course, you've also got, and that you're basically setting a minimum threshold state of charge that the resource has got to have. You've also got a maximum amount of state of charge that the resource could have. So you're thinking about your max state of charge minus half times your regulation down award. So we're saying you also have to have a little bit of headroom in your resource if you're providing reg down. That headroom is 50% of whatever the reg down award is. This particular formulation comes directly from the requirements that a resource be able to provide at least half an hour for whatever state of charge service that it gets awarded for. And this is a tariff requirement, and likely it stems from a NERC requirement, which is why we have this particular requirement in our market. The third requirement is the bidding requirement, and we've got some new notation here. Basically, what we're saying in the real-time market is that the upper bound of discharge energy has to be greater than or equal to the summation of the reg up awards plus the spinning reserve awards plus the non-spinning reserve awards times 0.5. So basically, if I've got a reg up award of 100 megawatts, so this is the example that we walked through earlier, you multiply that by 0.5, you have to have at least an ability for the ISO to dispatch you for energy of up to 50 megawatts during a particular interval. This would be enforced in both the 15-minute markets and the 5-minute markets. Same thing for the reg down awards. If you've got a 100 megawatt award for reg down, you multiply that by 0.5, you have to have the ability for the ISO to dispatch you for energy up to at least or down to at least 50 megawatts to discharge the resource. Okay, questions or comments there?
This is Scott. Going back to the data you presented earlier, with the reg up and reg down awards, and if you've got both of them, it seems like in a lot of those hours, the net change isn't going to be 50%.
Yep.
And I was wondering if we really need the 50 there. I know some of the hours at the end of the day, you can see that the reg down gets used pretty heavily, but in most of the hours, the net is is a lot smaller than the gross, and maybe 25% would work in all but some of those really bad hours.
Yeah, I totally agree with you, Scott. I think the challenge is going to be rolling up our sleeves and determining, oh, this is an hour where you need 25, this is an hour where you need 50, and we just haven't done that analysis yet. And I think you could also, reduce the burden of these requirements if you do, potentially if you do get reg up and reg down awards, because we wouldn't expect the changes to be as, even if the reg down award was bigger than the reg up award, the impact on state of charge, you'd still think that your reg up award would mute the reg down award relative to just a flat reg down award without an accompanying reg up award.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be interesting to know as you finalize this, whether the people that run out are people that have just got one way reg up only or reg down only, and or whether we've really got the problem of we get unbalanced runs in one direction all through the hour, and that's the issue. And, it might influence a little bit what you did.
Yeah, and the anecdotal concerns that I've heard from the operators are that they are seeing resources getting reg down awards, not reg up awards, and they'll get them something like all 24 hours or maybe 15 hours, something like that. And it's just hour after hour where these resources do get fully charged, and then there's nothing that the operators can do about it.
Right. I mean, maybe our state of charge, their constraint number one, will reduce that helping a little bit because it would tend to bundle reg down awards and with reg up, awards just from the objective function.
Yeah, we talked about that a little bit too. I'm kind of all ears if someone has a good proposal on how that could potentially work. We could potentially think about working something like that into the optimization. I think our initial fear was, you might have trouble doing this, and now if you put some kind of additional constraint in place, it might make it harder for resources that just want to get the reg down awards and don't want the reg up awards. And kind of how do you balance that,
No, I don't think it's another constraint. I think you've already got it there, that that first constraint will tend to,
right,
if people put in both awards and they're going to run out of it, it'll tend to bundle them together, which maybe isn't happening today, the way they bid. But I agree, if they only put in one bid, then there's nothing you can do about it. And they can certainly, I can see how that would result in running up against the constraints.
Okay, just doing a quick time check. It's about 2:30. I have a few more slides, so let's carry on here. Next slide, please. So this, I don't want to belabor this too much, but this was an ask specifically from some of the stakeholders. Let me see if I can. Okay. They were kind of saying, well, you've got these constraints. Some of them are new. How are they going to interact together? And I think, where we're at is you could potentially have storage resources receiving particular awards in the day-ahead market. I'm thinking here about, again, an example resource, plus or minus 100 megawatts. It's got operating range for state of charge in between 0 megawatt hours and 400 megawatt hours. It's a 4-hour battery, which is very typical for resources that we have on our system. We're thinking specifically here about hour ending 14, so we know what the multipliers are, or we're going to use the multipliers that are in the paper, and we're thinking about a resource that has 200 megawatt hours of state of charge. Okay, so you could potentially have a resource that gets a 0 megawatt award for energy and a 100 megawatt award for regulation up. We're thinking about this in the day-ahead market here, so we're not applying all of the constraints that we might see in the real-time market, and there's no new obligations to bid. There's just a requirement for a potential to have energy bid in the market. So in this particular case, your state of charge would be updated to 200 megawatt hours minus 100 megawatt hours times 0.11. So you'd be subtracting off 11 megawatt hours. There should probably be some parens on here, but I think people know what I'm getting at. So we get to a state of charge of 189 megawatts. From that state of charge, we then can run those two constraints that we had on the previous slide. The first one, or the second one from the previous slide, was the ancillary service state of charge constraint. It says, gee, if I've got a 100 megawatt award for regulation up, I have to have at least 50 megawatt hours of energy state of charge. And in this case, you can see 189 is obviously greater than 50, so you pass that check. The second check is the bidding check, or in the day-ahead market, it's just an ability to bid. You've got to have at least an ability to bid 100 megawatts of capacity for energy in the downward direction. It doesn't necessarily have to actually be bid in the day-ahead market for whatever reason. So in this particular case, you don't have any encumbrances on the downward energy, the charging energy, so you still have an ability to bid and receive potentially up to a 100 megawatt award for downward charging energy, which is obviously greater than the 50 megawatt requirement. So it passes both the ancillary service state of charge constraint and the bidding check constraint that we're planning to impose in the market. Yeah, I kind of run through the same thing here. I'm not going to belabor this for an award for 50 megawatts of energy and 50 megawatts of regulation up, and then for 100 megawatts of energy and 200 megawatts of regulation down. These could all be potential outcomes in the day-ahead market. So let's go on to the next slide, where I think we start coming up with, well, if those were all things that could potentially come out of the day-ahead market, would there be things that don't come out of the day-ahead market? And I think I did not label this day-ahead market, but that's what I was thinking about. So you've got a situation where, in this case, the resource has much less state of charge than it did previously. Same resource, hour ending 14. You're looking at a 60 megawatt hour state of charge instead of a 200 megawatt hour state of charge. In this case, the market optimization could potentially consider an award of 0 megawatts of energy and 100 megawatts of regulation up. Obviously, that would be feasible from a state of charge standpoint, because you'd be anticipating a state of charge of 60 megawatt hours minus 100 megawatt hours times 0.11, which is the multiplier in hour ending 14. And in that case, you'd have 49 megawatt hours, which is still within the operational range of 0 to 400 megawatt hours of actual capability of the resource. The ancillary service state of charge check here fails, though, because 49 megawatt hours is less than 50 megawatt hours, which is the requirement on state of charge for a resource that would receive a 100 megawatt award for regulation up. So in this particular case, you would fail that second check. That constraint wouldn't be met, and you wouldn't ever see an award like this out of the day-ahead market. You would, however, pass the bidding requirement, because it would obviously still be possible for the resource to be bidding 100 megawatts of energy in the downward or the charging direction alongside that 100 megawatts of regulation up.
Gabe, I have a question to make sure I get this. So this is hour ending 14. It seems to me that there's nothing wrong with it getting the schedule for hour ending 14, but wouldn't this say that an hour ending 15, it couldn't get an award of 50 megawatts because it's in hour 14 it was fine, It's only in the next hour that I would think that it would kick in and you couldn't get a.
I think that the way the constraints are written is that they are written to consider the current hour and not the successive hour. So they use the end of the previous hour to determine what the state of charge will be in the current hour. And if that state of charge in the current hour is less than whatever constraint you're comparing it against, then it could either pass or fail, which I think is, it's one way to think about it. I think another way to think about it is what you're proposing is, well, if something happens this hour, it may preclude you from some actions next hour. But George might be the right person to clarify the timing. I think either way, we're in an understanding that state of charge could drive outcomes either this hour or next hour.
Okay, that's fine. If there's just some reason you want to think about it the other way, as long as it's consistent that way, that's okay.
Yeah.
I just have to remember that.
And that's why we have George double checking and triple checking all this stuff, and his team is looking at all this as we get it implemented. So we'll make sure it's consistent. Okay, what you might also have is a situation where you get a 50 megawatt award for energy and you get a 50 megawatt award for regulation up. And I'm just looking at this now, and it does look like I'm missing a minus 50 megawatt hours on the right hand side of this equation. But I think the total calculation is correct, where the state of charge for this outcome would be minus 1 megawatt. Yeah. So obviously minus 1 megawatt is outside of the operational range of the resource. That's all I'm trying to illustrate here. You've got 60 megawatts, you subtract off 50. Maybe that's not right, actually. This would actually have a positive +5. I need to rework this example, so I apologize. But I was going for a situation where you'd be outside of your operational range for state of charge, and clearly this doesn't do that. I'll work out a new example where it does. The third one is, I think, the more complicated one, and this is, I think, really the one that people wanted to see because it's an example of the resource failing the bidding check. So in this situation, the resource is receiving 100 megawatts of regulation up, and it's receiving 100 megawatts of regulation down. Obviously, in this situation, the energy award is 0 megawatts. In this circumstance, there's no capability. The resource has that award for 100 megawatts of reg up. There's no capability if both the reg up and the reg down awards are carried through to the real-time market for this resource to clear for positive non-zero energy in the real-time market. So it would fail the third check on the 2 slides ago, where we were talking about a requirement for the resource to have some ability to offer or bid and clear for some energy in the real-time market. So that's kind of what we're trying to illustrate here.
Yeah, let's see, Gabe. I'm trying to understand the state of charge of 110 megawatt hours. And the right-hand side,
Yeah.
This may be a typo also, but you start out with 60 and subtract 11 and then add 21.
I think this is a typo as well. Yeah, you're right.
The conclusion about bidding is correct, I think, right?
Yeah. I was playing around with the numbers when I was doing the example, which is never a good idea, and this is what I ended up with. But the bidding check is the key.
Okay. I just want to make sure I wasn't missing something. Okay, thanks. Should we check? Let's see. Well, first see Scott, Jim, if you have any questions about this, and then check the phone lines quickly.
Yep. No, nothing for me.
Okay. Chris, do we have anybody in the phone lines? Excuse me.
Not at the moment.
Okay. Carry on, Gabe.
Terrific. I think we have made it through. We've made it through our examples. That was what I wanted to talk about. And I will go through and update those numbers, and I think you'll find them make their way into the final proposal that we're working on for ESE right now. Let's go on to the next slide, please. And I think we're officially out of the topic for the ancillary services. So the next slide is about, next slide, please. Okay, good. This slide is about exceptional dispatch for storage resources, some of the tools that we're thinking about, and it's a very abbreviated version of what we're doing, but I think it does capture the high points. Essentially, and I teed this up a little bit earlier, but essentially what we're thinking about is proposing a new tool or suite of tools for exceptional dispatch that our operators could potentially use. I think this would be particularly helpful during times like we had just a few weeks ago, when there are very stressed conditions on the system and operators are concerned with ensuring that storage resources have particular amounts of state of charge available. And this could even be, looking at the day-ahead schedule and seeing that resources might be charged less than the day-ahead schedule, or it could be situations where we sort of know that we need all of the resources that we could possibly get, and we need them for a prolonged period later in the day. So I want to save state of charge now, and I'm observing that some resources are actually being depleted now. This is the tool that they can use to actually do that. We're actually internally working at the same time on additional screens for operators to see and view state of charge. Right now, they do have some spreadsheet type tools that kind of break down what state of charge is for storage resources. We're talking about additional functionality and expanding that so that they have even more visibility into state of charge, more ability to roll up state of charge in particular sub areas or areas, and then visibility into state of charge across the entire system. So a lot of really cool tools that we would have not thought about needing maybe 2 or 3 years ago when we didn't have very much storage on our system. As I mentioned, today exceptional dispatch really only is for a threshold of megawatts. Do not exceed this megawatt threshold. Do not go below this megawatt threshold. If you're thinking about a storage resource and you want that resource to hold state of charge, you might be issuing a exceptional dispatch when prices are very, very high for that resource not to exceed 0 megawatts. And the only reason you're doing that is because you know that you want to save those megawatt hours for use later in the day when you might have really, really tight system conditions. And of course, that might not be aligning with the economics of the actual operation of the resource. You might say, gee, prices are 1,000 now. I really want to discharge because prices aren't going to go any higher, and they may want to take advantage of those. So we've also thought about compensation rules for these resources. And essentially, and I didn't go through all the details here, but I know in offline conversations, the MSC and I have had some detailed discussions about this. But basically what we're thinking about is an opportunity cost methodology where we'd say, if the resource was kind of held back from producing at a time or delivering energy at a time when prices were very high, say at $1,000, and then later in the day they actually discharge at $200, well, we should be uplifting those resources, that difference between $200 and $1,000 to the resource to make them whole for not being able to discharge. We've talked a lot with the stakeholders about how we're actually going to do this optimization, the opportunity cost calculations. Basically what we're doing and what we're proposing in the paper is running a very simplistic version of the optimization where we're just thinking about energy schedules, what those energy schedules would look like with the exceptional dispatch in place, and what those energy schedules would look like without the exceptional dispatch in place. We do consider energy bids from the resource, so we're not discharging resources if they're not in the money economically to discharge or charge. And we're just comparing those two outcomes. We're saying, gee, if you could have made a lot more money or more money, just flat out more money with the exceptional dispatch not in place compared to with the exceptional dispatch in place, then that would be the amount of uplift. It would be uplifted to load. Similar to existing exceptional dispatch rules, we would sort of be looking for, in traditional exceptional dispatch rules, we're paying bid or better. So we're paying either the prevailing market price or we're paying bids to storage or to any resources that are getting dispatched for exceptional reasons. We're also monitoring during times when we do exceptionally dispatch resources, and this is something that is in Department of Market Monitoring's purview, look at situations where maybe bids radically change once exceptional dispatches are issued. That applies to exceptional dispatches today. That would apply to these same kind of exceptional dispatches. So we've heard from stakeholders that there's a concern that, well, you could potentially game the system if you know that the operators are going to be holding you to a certain state of charge during particular hours. Maybe you really inflate your bids during those hours to try to get more revenues through this opportunity cost calculation methodology. We would basically be checking to make sure that resources, or Department of Market Monitoring would likely be checking to make sure that resources weren't doing this. But I think that is, one slide on the exceptional dispatch rules and what we're thinking about in the energy storage enhancements proposal right now.
But when you say DMM would be checking this, do you mean they have a process set up to check, or they're going to do it on an exception basis, or what?
So I think what I'm saying is that Department of Market Monitoring checks today what bids look like, and if bids are changing when there are today typical exceptional dispatches issued, to make sure that resources aren't artificially getting too high of a return on their EDs. I think we would expect that Department of Market Monitoring would be doing the same kind of monitoring to sort of ensure that storage resources aren't gaming situations where they know the ISO is going to be exceptionally dispatching them via this new mechanism to hold state of charge.
You're going to check, but I mean, this is sort of vague, okay, but and something happens if they do? I mean, if they put in higher offers in the hours in which you might be EDing them than they do later in the day?
Yeah, I think it'd be something like that. And, I think it's potentially behavior that's potentially referable to FERC.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Next slide.
Gabe, I'm sorry, Gabe. So is it clear what the role of bids and offers are here in calculating opportunity costs? Do we ignore those?
No, we consider those in the opportunity cost calculations, both in the actual and the counterfactual.
We consider how that would affect the dispatch when they charge and when they discharge, but we don't consider them as actual costs, do we? Or would we?
Correct. No, we would not.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I'll confirm that. Good. Recognizing that there could be degradation costs and things like that we're not, or opportunity costs, especially degradation costs, but we don't have a terribly good handle on those anyway. I would much prefer to avoid having tried to second guess people what their bid should have been. I think, as you know, I like to assume zero unless there's a good reason otherwise, to assume something differently. So thank you. I think we can go ahead. I did see Perry Savidio is waiting patiently to ask a question. So operator, could you put Perry on?
Please go ahead.
Hey, thanks, Ben. This is Perry Servideo at GDS Associates. I had my hand up from the previous topic, so I don't mind waiting till you all get through this until we go back to it, if Gabe has more here.
That was probably a good time, Perry. I was going to move on to the co-located after this.
Okay, if you could just go back to the slide where you're describing the three constraints that you all use for the state of charge management.
I think it might be slide 13, potentially. Yeah, here we go.
Okay, the first question I have is if the number 2, the AS state of charge constraint, I guess it stands for 1 and 2. These are all, the question is, are these all multi-interval constraints, so they'll look out towards the end of the horizon that you're looking at, respectively?
I mean, I think the constraints are as they're written. So each constraint is enforced for a particular time frame, except for the first one, which relies on the previous time interval. Does that answer your question or not?
I guess the question is just for the second constraint, that's enforced in each of the future intervals within the horizon you're solving for. I think I heard.
Yeah, correct.
Okay, so then, the way that I'm reading this second constraint is that there should always be enough state of charge, at least on the horizon that you're on, there should always be enough state of charge to meet the AS award. Am I reading that right?
50% of the AS award, yes, correct.
Yeah, it's 50%, but that's because it's for 30. You're trying to get 30 minutes of an
correct.
Award, right? But then rather than the full 60 minutes of it.
Yeah.
Okay. If the SOC constraint, the AS SOC constraint, is enforced in all of the intervals in the horizon, then it seemed to me that at least over these horizons, you shouldn't be seeing an issue with some depleted SOC not being able to meet, or some energy storage resource not being able to meet a reg award. Is that right?
No. This, you can only impact state of charge today by having an energy award. So if the resource only has, for example, a regulation down award and doesn't have an energy award, this constraint can be violated in all of the intervals, and you'd never meet it potentially.
So are number one and number two not simultaneously enforced in the optimization?
They are.
So the control variable over the SOC is the charging or discharging variable P here in the first constraint. The optimization should be able to move the P.
Not if it doesn't have, not if there's no bids, there's nothing to solve for. There's no, it doesn't award any P.
I'm struggling with that piece because, at least in the real-time market, maybe you guys can help just allay my fears here. At least in the real-time market, you wouldn't really expect to see, let's say AS bids or whatever, because you have the day-ahead market award and it's going to enforce that in there as a penalty price anyway. So where my struggle is why the combination of 1 and 2 do not control the SOC, even without the red part in number 1. Why is it not able to control the SOC such that it has enough to meet the regulation awards? I mean, if you calculate number 2, then it must force a charge or a discharge, right?
Right. So I think the simplest example of this is you get a resource. It's got an award for reg up all day. It's a plus or minus 100 megawatt resource. It gets an award for 100 megawatts of regulation up all 24 hours of the day. The resource doesn't bid any energy in for charging. So there's no energy bids. So we know the outcome for P, every interval is going to be 0. And there's nothing there for the market to optimize. So hour after hour in real time, the resource actually is providing the reg up. As it provides the reg up, it slowly becomes depleted. Once the resource is fully depleted, it's still being awarded regulation up. And it's not meeting the second constraint because there's no way for it to increase the state of charge for the resource.
Hey, so the second constraint isn't a constraint? Is that what you're saying? I mean, if it has to meet the second constraint, you should always have enough. You should never be.
There's no way to enforce it, and they can't.
Right.
They go back to the penalty factors. They're sitting in penalty factors that they can't zero out those regulation and spinning reserve rewards in real time until they run out. So
Yep.
nothing can happen.
Yep, exactly.
Okay, so the optimization will violate the AS state of charge constraint?
Yeah, just like any other constraint, it can be relaxed. Yep.
Okay, then, all right, this is a little bit different than I think what we were talking about before, where we were talking about how the reason you have the second constraint is so that you ensure you have enough state of charge to meet the AS awards. But if it's not doing that, then I guess that's why I guess that's the source of my confusion on this. But thanks for the description.
In the policy, we've got these situations where storage resources really are fully charged or fully discharged, and they can't provide their and this, number two is a constraint that's in the market today. So even though we have this constraint, we're still running into situations where these resources can't actually provide the ancillary services. So what we're proposing is requirement number 3, which says, okay, you can provide us regulation up, regulation down, spinning reserves, but we have to have some ability to dispatch those resources for charging energy or discharging energy in the real-time market. And that way we always, the hope would be that we always can meet that second constraint as well, because we actually have the ability to move the resource and alter the state of charge.
Okay, so you're looking for some other connection between these two SOC constraints so that it can effectively move the resource around.
Right.
I had assumed, I guess I'm sorry, I had assumed number 2 would either charge, discharge, or force a no pay, one of the 3, and you're saying all it can do today is force a no pay.
No, I mean, if the resource has energy awards alongside the ancillary service awards, and the energy awards are unencumbered, so they actually can get the awards, then constraint number 2 will keep the resource at a sufficient state of charge. It's like that slide that I presented last week, at the MSC meeting. I don't know if you were here or not, but basically you've got a resource. It's getting reg down awards all day. Eventually, that resource gets, this constraint number 2 sets an amount of headroom that the resource has to maintain. So what we're seeing is some resources in the real-time market actually bump into that constraint, and as they bump into that constraint, then every interval when they receive any award for regulation down, it charges the battery, and the next interval we see an award for energy because the resource is actually above that threshold, and this constraint causes the resource to be discharged. So it can work, and it does work under most normal circumstances when there are bids in the market. But we're saying, okay, there could also be a circumstance where the resource gets 100 megawatts of reg up and 100 megawatts of reg down. In that case, if the resource were to be fully charged, it wouldn't be able to provide any more reg down. This constraint would have to be relaxed because there's no way to award it energy and change the state of charge. And we'd be in a situation where we effectively couldn't use the resource because it can't provide the services that it was awarded in the day-ahead market. And that's the real concern here.
So the way I look at it, the bidding requirement enables the second requirement to work because it means there'll be an energy bid that'll allow the second requirement to do something. But
exactly.
Today, if there's no energy bid, all it can do is run it down and violate the constraint.
Exactly. That's exactly right.
Okay, thanks for that.
Yeah, thanks for the questions, Perry. Okay, Ben, I know we're in the home stretch here. Do we want to hear about co-located resources?
I am imagining that won't take terribly long.
Fingers crossed.
Pardon?
Okay. So let's go on to the next slide, please. Slide 7. Perfect. Okay. So we've had a lot of discussions about co-located resources. We've heard that a lot of the co-located resources that are being developed on the ISO system are, well, maybe not all, but there are a few that have signed contracts, and those contracts specifically prohibit grid charging. And the reason they prohibit grid charging is because grid charging could result, well, does result in a reduction in the total amount of investment tax credit that the combined facility would receive. And there was there were explicit guarantees about how much the resource would be able to reduce taxes in the form of this investment tax credit by trying to capture as much of it as they possibly could. And that was a precursor for the resource or the energy facility to get financing. So these rules are in place because of some tax rules that are in place, which are sort of set at the federal level. And the request from the storage community has been, gee, give us a model where, we know you have the hybrid model and we know you have the co-located model, but let's expand the co-located model so that it can better accommodate the investment tax credit needs that some resources have that are specified and spelled out in their contracts. And kind of what we've come up with, and again, this has been a lot of stakeholder dialogue back and forth, is the ISO using a constraint that would likely be formulated similar to the aggregate capability constraint, but it would basically enforce energy schedules that would not have any energy flowing from the grid to the energy facility. So this could be like a solar plus storage facility that would effectively charge the storage resource that's sitting behind an interconnection. It would only allow for flows from in aggregate both resources to the grid or no flow at all, zero. This functionality would apply in both the day-ahead market and the real-time market, and this functionality would sort of preclude self-schedules in I'm sorry, it would not preclude self-schedules in the day-ahead market. So you can still say, gee, I know I'm expecting my solar resource to produce 50. I'm not actually scheduling my solar resource into the day-ahead market. I still want to schedule my storage resource to charge 50 megawatts. You can do that if you want to. ISO plans to develop this functionality so that it can be toggled on or off during specific hours. This would be a biddable parameter. So if you wanted the market to enforce this constraint during, the evening hours or the hours in the middle of the night when the solar resource isn't generating anything, but maybe you can have a little bit of grid charging during the times of the day when there's, solar is expected to be abundant, you can do that, and you can specify, hey, I want the resource to try to capture maximum ITC during this hour, but not that hour. Functionality is electable, so this is something that co-located resources can opt into. They don't have to, and it's biddable, so it's not something that they have to register with the ISO. And then the offer, the ability for storage resources to back down when energy from renewable resources doesn't meet a schedule. So you could potentially have a real-time interval when you expect, 35 megawatts to be coming off of your solar facility. In the actual operational time frame, maybe only 32 megawatts is coming off the solar facility. You've got a schedule for your storage resource to charge at 35 megawatts, which was your forecast. You have the ability to back down your storage resource to only charge at 32 megawatts because that's actually what's coming off of the solar. That allows you to kind of stay in line with the rules that you're not taking any energy from the grid in real time, even when schedules change. You've got cloud cover, something happens to one of the solar panels, all that's covered, and you can effectively still not grid charge. Okay, I think I have 2 more slides. I'm going to try to run through them here, 2, maybe 3 slides. Number 5, next slide, please. This is a slide on pseudo-tie resources. Effectively, we really haven't had that much in the way of conversation on the proposal around pseudo-tie resources, but basically we did have a request. Next slide, please. If we could advance one. Oh, maybe not, or maybe my screen's frozen. I'm not sure. Anyway, just to talk about.
It's everyone. They haven't
Okay.
advanced it. No operator.
Okay.
We're working on it, Gabe. Just give her a second.
Oh, good. Okay, perfect. I wasn't sure if they heard me or not. I'm just talking here. Okay, so pseudo-tie resources, basically, it's been identified that in the Hybrid Resources Initiative, we talked about developing the co-located framework for resources in the California ISO footprint. There's also been a desire to have a similar functionality for pseudo-tie resources. Obviously, you could have a 100 megawatt solar resource with a 50 megawatt storage resource located somewhere outside of the California ISO balancing authority area and want to pseudo-tie those into California. Just like today, you've got 100 megawatt solar with a 50 megawatt storage facility within the California footprint. You may only want to model 100 megawatts ever coming from that combined facility. You might only have interconnection for 100 megawatts. Well, for pseudo-tie resources, they may only want to procure 100 megawatts of firm transmission from that resource's location to the California border, and you may, again, only have 100 megawatts of interconnection capability at that other BAA's location. In those situations, we are proposing to expand the rules to allow those pseudo-tie facilities to use the aggregate capability constraints, similar to the way that co-located resources use aggregate capability constraints within the ISO. This really hasn't been a very controversial part of the proposal, and it's fairly short, and I think it's fairly well contained. So that's what we're thinking about for pseudo-ties. The final topic, and this is on our penultimate slide here, is an update to the default energy bid for storage resources. So, no, excuse me. So today, the default energy bid for storage resources that we use in the day-ahead market is different than the formulation that we use in the real-time market. The day-ahead default energy bid doesn't include a term for opportunity costs. Essentially, the proposal is to match the day-ahead default energy bid to the real-time default energy bid so that it would include an opportunity cost term, and you'd basically be looking at the energy costs, so the wear and tear on the cost to buy energy for the resource plus the wear and tear for the resource, and you'd be comparing that to an opportunity cost term. And if the opportunity cost term is higher, you'd be using that in the default energy bid instead of the energy costs and the wear and tear costs. And that would be something that initially, I think in a perfect world with perfect information, you wouldn't need that in the day-ahead market. What we found is that there have been some resources that have been mitigated in the day-ahead market during particular hours. Those hours happen to have lower prices than later hours. So even though they were mitigated to their default energy bids, which have the potential to include, the price to buy energy and the operational wear and tear on the resource, those values don't include opportunity costs, which could be the fourth highest hour of the day, which obviously if you were a storage resource and you were hand picking the hours that you were dispatched, you'd want to be paid at least that fourth highest hour. You'd hand pick the four highest hours, not an hour that had a lower cost. And we think that reformulating the day ahead default energy bid will get you there to that outcome that is what the storage resources would prefer. Okay, so tons and tons of material there. I'm shocked we got through it all in 2 hours, but that I think is all I had to present today.
This is definitely a topic that we could easily spend another hour on, and we've had discussions with offline with you before as individuals about our concerns about this change. But given that we really need to get on to the day ahead market enhancements, I think we probably should end it at this point. Chris, unless you have Chris Devon, unless you have a quick question, in which case I'll let you close off this part of the MSC meeting.
Hey, this is Chris Devon. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, customized energy solutions. Sorry. I just wanted to maybe highlight a couple things on the co-located enhancements feature, and I guess I'll try to keep it really brief, but I'll just say that, I think that it's kind of setting a new precedent with the contractual limitations being modeled in the market that I don't personally think is a good idea, just because, that's historically not been really something that we've done at the CAISO in the past, and try to keep that out of the market. And then just highlight that there's a new, Inflation Reduction Act, standalone ITC that I think will minimize this issue, as well as the fact that the CAISO is going to be putting in the hybrid resources dynamic limit tool this fall as well. And I think that could be used as an approach to do this without having to allow this. And the other thing is just, I think there should be a little bit more explanation around how this is going to work in the market by linking these resources and the awards that could be resulting from that constraint, and being able to toggle it on and off each hour, I think is, potentially some bit of concern as well. So I won't go into all the details on this, but I'd be happy to have a discussion offline, and I won't hold up the meeting anymore. But I think that's just a few things I wanted to highlight that I would hope the MSC would maybe think about before they write their opinion on that part of the proposal. Thank you for your time.
Yeah, I think those are really good points, Chris. And I know there are things that we've talked a lot about in the stakeholder initiative, and definitely worth the consideration for the MSC as well. It is certainly a departure from what we typically think about in our objectives when we're modeling resources on the market.
Thanks, Chris. We definitely are going to be paying attention to those issues. So, but appreciate you emphasizing the importance of doing so. So, Gabe, thank you very much. And at this point, we'll go to the next agenda item. And I believe we are welcoming James Friedrich to talk about the day ahead market enhancements.
Thanks, Ben. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you for having me. I apologize. I'm having some technical difficulties, so I won't be on camera, which is a shame. I just got a nice haircut yesterday in preparation for this, but all's good. Okay. So I'm here to talk about the day ahead market enhancements. So we'll have 3 different topics today that are relevant for our next proposal that we felt that getting your input and feedback on and having some additional stakeholder discussion would be beneficial. Let's go to the next slide. So the 3 discussion topics today are the real-time energy offer cap to incorporate energy costs into capacity procurement. This is something that we brought to the MSC before a few times, and at the last time I presented on day-ahead market enhancements, we discussed this. In the time since, we've done a little bit more digging into the actual methodology with which we would set or propose to set the real-time offer cap, which is something that the MSC and stakeholders have been interested in. So we will provide you an update on that. We'll talk about energy storage resources and capacity procurement, and this discussion we just had with Gabe is a good foreshadowing of some of the topics that we'll talk about, and Gabe had alluded to, talking about how imbalance reserves and even reliability capacity would have to be considered within the state of charge constraints that we put in our market. And then we also have local market power mitigation of imbalance reserves and reliability capacity. Just a short update on what our current thinking is based on the stakeholder feedback, to get your feedback on that. Let's go to the next slide. Okay, so we'll start here at real-time energy offer cap. Let's go to the first slide of this section. Okay, so this slide, I will provide a little bit of refresher for what is being proposed here and why. So we are considering a real-time energy offer cap that would apply to any resource that receives an imbalance reserve up or reliability capacity up award in the day-ahead market. The real-time energy offer cap would be known in the day-ahead market timeframe, but would apply for the corresponding hour in the next day's real-time market. So the issue that we're trying to solve with this proposal is that based on the way that resources bid for capacity, for imbalance reserve capacity and reliability capacity, the optimization does not distinguish directly the energy costs of a specific resource when it's applying its optimal awards. It's only considering the bid prices for reliability capacity and imbalance reserve. And because of that, what could potentially happen is that you have resources that have really expensive energy, but have relatively low imbalance reserve or reliability capacity offers that can sort of routinely get capacity awards in the day-ahead market. And then when it comes to offering their real-time energy, they're rarely, if ever, used in the real-time market. And so we have presented to the MSC on this concern for a number of years with a number of different methods. And we continue to think that the real-time energy offer cap gets us closest to what we're looking for in trying to prevent this sort of systematic capacity awards for these really expensive resources. And as a last point, in the third bullet, you know, this same sort of issue is, or the same phenomena with how the market optimization works for capacity products that are already in the day-ahead market, like spin and non-spin. You know, you could potentially apply the same argument, but the idea is that imbalance reserves and reliability capacity are expected to be converted into energy much more frequently than spin and non-spin. And therefore, we expect to actually use as energy the capacity that we procure from these products much more often, and makes this issue more pressing in our minds. Let's go to the next slide. So again, the proposal is to have a real-time energy offer cap that would be known in the day-ahead market, that would apply to all resources that go on to receive imbalance reserve or reliability capacity awards. And we have historically proposed to set this real-time energy offer cap at some price level that's consistent with what we would expect if the uncertainty level that we're procuring for through imbalance reserve and reliability capacity, which in the upward direction is to the 97.5th percentile. If that amount of uncertainty were to occur, that's the price that we thought would be best to set this real-time offer cap, because then you would have a set of resources that are participating in imbalance reserve and reliability capacity that would be hopefully most economic to provide energy should those upward capacity products need to be converted into energy in real time. So let's see. So the idea here is that on the second bullet, how this sort of mechanism accomplishes the goal that I laid out in the first slide is we feel that if you're a resource that has underlying costs, energy costs, that are above this cap that is set in the day-ahead market, you are potentially looking at being required to offer, if you are awarded imbalance reserve or reliability capacity, having to offer energy in the real-time market below your cost. Okay, because if the cap, if you get an imbalance reserve or reliability capacity award, you can only bid that portion of your real-time energy. at the price cap and maybe not at your actual cost. And so what resources would have to do that are wanting to participate in these products is if they have underlying costs that are greater than that cap, they presumably need to incorporate that risk into their bids. Okay, so if you have a resource that has, let's say, an availability cost that they might bid for imbalance reserve, let's say $2, if they are not subject, or if their costs are low enough that they're not concerned about this cap, they can go ahead and bid the $2 for energy, or the $2 for imbalance reserve or reliability capacity, because the cap never would really affect them. But if they have underlying costs higher than that cap, they might need to add, some sort of risk factor into their $2 bid. And what that does is essentially sorts higher energy cost resources through this incentive to offer a little higher for reliability capacity or imbalance reserve, and makes them less likely to be awarded in the optimization, because as I mentioned, the optimization is determining the optimal awards based on their bid prices. And thus that meets the policy objectives that the high energy cost resources are less likely to be awarded. So that's what we think the chain of incentives would do here with this proposal. And I'll just mention this last bullet, that we would not restrict the full bid or the full bid of the resource in real time. We would only restrict the quantity of their bid that corresponds with an imbalance reserve up or reliability capacity up award. So if they only get capacity awards for a segment of their total resource capacity, we would only expect bids to come in at or below the cap for the capacity that corresponds with imbalance reserve or reliability capacity quantity.
Hey, James, sorry, it's been a while since I've thought about this. So, and maybe you're going to get to this, but so we can defer it. But I'm trying to think about the allocation of costs here, because in a sense, it seems to me like different people are paying for the capacity than might be paying for the energy. So how, again, how under the proposal would the capacity component costs be paid for?
Yeah, it's an interesting question. So the imbalance reserve costs would be allocated to, essentially the idea is any, I'll call it resource, but it could be a generator or load or imports or exports who have real-time schedules that are deviating from their day-ahead schedules, and thus causing the deployment of the imbalance reserve or the reliability capacity itself. And it could be, it could be the case that, these costs are going to get baked into the marginal prices potentially of imbalance reserve and reliability capacity, and that, those energy risks are sort of priced into this cost allocation. It's not something that we've thought about.
Okay, so yeah, I guess I'm working backwards. So for the energy that these guys and others might provide in real time, that's just going into anybody who needs to buy imbalance energy, working from like the side of people we're thinking in the upward direction of generation here. So anybody who is short coming out of the day ahead is going to be buying the energy. And I'm trying to think through if you're, say, you completely cover your expected obligation day ahead, but you're still buying capacity based upon uncertainty, or I forget how this is. There an uncertainty component to the quantity awarded that would mean that you're paying for the capacity even if you've procured everything you think you're going to need, just because there's the uncertainty component around that. Is that right? Yeah, and so in a sense, where I'm going with this is that, maybe the fact that we're getting cheap capacity, but it maybe comes at the expense of expensive energy. if we think of this as, well, people who are procuring what their needs actually are in the day-ahead market benefit from the cheaper capacity, and the people who are short in real time are the ones who are paying for the relatively more expensive energy. But this is sort of leading to assuming that these guys even sell energy at all, which I guess is kind of, you're starting from the point that, well, they're selling capacity, but they're not really ever going to generate energy because there'll be cheaper energy around. I'm not sure that, I guess I'm just trying to think through whether that's really even a problem. Because like maybe they are the cheapest source of energy because they're not, or the cheapest source of capacity because, they're not really expecting to have to provide energy. But is that a problem in a sense?
Yeah, so the allocation of imbalance reserve and they're a little bit linked, and here's why I think that. So, for example, load is there are different allocations for different classes of resource for imbalance reserve up, but load's portion is essentially negative uninstructed imbalance energy. So this is energy that's if load is clearing at a certain quantity and then they have a day-ahead forecast or a real-time forecast that comes in a lot higher, essentially they're underbidding their load. They're going to need to pay the real-time energy cost, to buy the additional energy they didn't procure day ahead, and two, they're going to be allocated the imbalance, at least a portion of the imbalance reserve cost. So it's sort of a double whammy from that perspective.
And so are you saying they would get a disproportionate amount of the imbalance capacity cost as well, or just that they're getting their pro rata share?
I mean, it could be, you can make the same example for a generator too, that,
that would be short of generation.
Yeah. So, I mean, any of these components is essentially, be it a generator that doesn't meet its day-ahead schedule, or an import that doesn't tag, or something that causes us to use imbalance energy, is also going to be allocated the imbalance reserve cost.
But I guess okay, so is somebody who doesn't have an imbalance in real time, are they paying for the imbalance reserve capacity?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, so both the capacity and the energy are all just going to be allocated based upon whoever has an actual imbalance. What if nobody has an imbalance?
I think you have to allocate the residual to some residual group, because it's always going to be.
Yeah. It's a two-tiered allocation. So if there's no actual imbalance, then you just socialize the cost of imbalance reserve with load.
Yeah. Okay. That was sort of my starting point under the assumption that I guess maybe I thought the majority of that would be that way, but okay. And so that's where I was kind of going, is like that group that's paying the socialized cost of this would probably, their interest is just get us the cheapest capacity we can get. We don't care about the energy cost. And I guess I'm just floating out there. Should we, they are doing kind of what the market wants them to do by procuring their needs in the day ahead fully. And so should their kind of preferences be, acknowledged here, which would be kind of, okay, well, maybe it's not so bad to have more expensive. Now, your proposal is kind of splitting the difference anyway. So it's not like you're fully weighting the higher energy bid here, but I'm just kind of floating that, well, so to the extent this is making it more costly to rely on real time,
not more costly, cheaper. It's making it cheaper, Jim. Because if you didn't have the extra capacity, the price would be even higher. So we're incurring the capacity cost in order to have supply available that wouldn't be available without this, and we'd hit the power balance constraint more often. So the idea is this should be reducing the price below the power balance price for people that are short.
So it's kind of shifting the expected energy imbalance price downward at the cost of having more commitment and other types of costs stay ahead. Yeah, and so to the extent that yeah, well, then again, it's like I'm not sure that taking cheap capacity is necessarily wrong in that kind of circumstance. Of course, the cheap capacity may or may not be linked to the more expensive energy, but
yeah, and it could be relative. It kind of depends. Maybe if you're looking at it from the sum of energy and capacity, if the capacity is relatively cheaper, then how much more expensive would it have driven up the real-time LMPs for energy? Is it a very small capacity? Is it going to make a very small capacity difference, but a very large energy difference, or vice versa? Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I guess I was thinking about there was an earlier version of this whole thing that was going to just ignore bids above a certain energy price threshold, wasn't it? Which would have just limited the supply. Okay. Yeah, and so that definitely seems inferior to this version in the sense that it would just kind of reduce the supply of available IRU. And here, at least, it seems like you're potentially raising the price of IRU to the extent there's a lot of this kind of risk premium baked in. And I think there's I'm just kind of thinking through this aloud, whether that is providing maybe the wrong incentives.
Mm-hmm.
We have somebody on the phone lines. Alva? Say, Alva, can you hear me?
Please.
You hear me now?
Yep.
Okay, sorry, I'm on the phone. I forgot I was on the phone. Just a direct response to what Jim was saying. I think there's also quite a pattern of people bidding capacity low and energy high on the premise that they're not going to get taken. And that's one of the issues. That's been a real issue throughout the market. So I think you have to acknowledge that as well, and that what you're trying to do is partly ensure that the product has a quality.
Yeah, but I'm trying to think about the quality from a reliability perspective is that they're able to actually generate energy regardless of the cost.
But there are there are people who bid on the assumption they're not going to get taken.
Sure.
So and basically the way they do that is by bidding the energy product high, so that they assume that almost never are they going to get taken. That's the issue.
Yeah, but I guess I'm asking, is that so bad if it makes the IRU, really inexpensive?
If it's fake, it is.
If it can really perform. Is this similar, Alva, to the import RA issue that's sometimes raised?
Yes, very similar. I think if you could be sure that those people who were bidding high were going to perform for sure if they got called, I think it might be less of an issue. But those bids are actually intended to try to avoid getting taken, and partly it's because they may feel it's better to miss once in a while and get all the revenues the rest of the time. So that's it's a multi. There are many draws of the market, and if you get hit with a penalty once, it might not be enough to stop the behavior over time.
Right. Okay. So it's not, the issue is not that they're expecting to sell you $1,000 energy. It's that they're expecting to have no energy at all. And yeah. And I totally agree with that. So there should be some consequence for non-delivery. I'm not sure how well this addresses that. I guess it.
Well, it just tries to remove participants, all of those participants, as well as some others who might actually just have high costs, get a disincentive to participate. So that's true. Anyway, thank you.
Sure. Yeah, and I mean, if the cost of IRU goes up because that is just the cost of having real supply available, then so be it. But if there is a bunch of stuff that, like, they probably don't want to use their battery, but what the heck, they'll sell you IRU at a really high price, expecting not to have to, but they actually do have the capability, then that's a scenario where it seems like that it's not necessarily a bad thing that the IRU is low, even though the value of the reserve you're getting in terms of expected energy is not very good. So if all of this is simply about trying to get the IRU to actually perform in the imbalance market, is there a way to just sort of combat that problem through a penalty for non-performance rather than all of this?
I think it goes a little bit farther than that. And I just to stay back to the original objective is kind of like what Al was saying. We're also trying to achieve, the systematic awarding of capacity to resources that are very, very expensive and almost never utilized for energy. And we're not, that's the objective that we started with. And we're not necessarily saying we need to, incorporate energy costs specifically into the imbalance reserve procurement to have like an optimal. It's a blunt instrument to try to prevent this from happening on a systematic basis, at least to the. And again, the price cap, as we'll get into, is proposed to be set to a level where it's rarely going to be reached. And so you would presume that only a small subset of resources would have to factor in this cap into their bid, which, that's kind of what we want to achieve.
Okay, I'll stop taking up time. I just, I personally hadn't really thought of the cost allocation side of this as much as the sort of, optimize the value of the stuff we're buying part. And the more I think about it, the more I kind of wonder if that the the utility of the persons that we're maximizing should be the people in the day-ahead market rather than the people buying out of real time.
Yeah, I mean, it goes back to the whole, why are we doing flexi ramp? I mean, remember, we derived how much we buy based on holding down the price in real time and reducing the cost of power balance violations because we got a lot of intermittent resources. So it's sort of, reducing the cost of those variations, but we could not have the product and just say it's up to you to clear excess supply in the day-ahead market, and we're not going to do this. The thought here is if we do this, why would we pay the same amount for a resource that's going to offer $900 as one that's offered $100? Or why would we clear? We might not commit the $100 resource because it's got some commitment costs, and instead we take the $999 demand response. And that how much balancing value does that provide if we clear at $999 instead of $1,000?
Yeah, no, it's a completely different animal if we're actually buying from these guys than the sort of scenario where there's some other substitute in there, and they expect to never actually have to perform. But if they expect to just have to pay a small imbalance because they had such a high energy price, then that's a real concern. And I guess the paradigm shifts if you think about this being, just uncertainty driven. And so people are buying, they're doing their best to buy what they need to buy out of the day ahead market. And just there's so much more uncertainty that they are going to end up short more often because that's just the nature of the market.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Sorry. Spent too much time on that slide. So
no problem. Let's go to slide 6. Okay, so just a disclaimer, I did not perform this analysis, and so I'm going to do my best to provide a summary of what has been done here. And do I see Guillermo? I don't see Guillermo on our panelist list, so if there's any real nuanced questions related to this analysis, we'll make sure to get them answered, but I might not be able to over the phone. And another disclaimer that we are planning to publish a companion document to our next proposal in which all of the simulations run that I'm going to describe in the next few slides will be put out there in public, and will have much more information about the different options that were considered and their relative performance. So I just wanted to make that clear. Now, this first bullet is again stating the objective. We are trying to form a methodology to come up with what this real-time offer cap should be. And again, the purpose is to try to get it to be, roughly around, if all of the imbalance were to materialize that you're procuring for in the day-ahead market, around what price would you roughly expect? And again, this offer cap would be available in the day-ahead time frame, so you would know how to adjust your day-ahead bids in response to the cap. So what this analysis did is explored a series of quantile regressions. Quantile regression, again, is a similar regression methodology that we use to calculate our FRP requirements and is proposed the way we would calculate our imbalance reserve requirements. Using some historical data to project the next day's real-time offer cap. So just before we move into the more detailed slide, the two set of regressors that were considered here as the best proxies for price in the real time were the ISO's net load forecast and or the natural gas commodity prices. And so both regressors were tested and actually, both as sort of a single variable regression and as a multivariable regression, but those were the two that the team felt were most likely linked to what the expected real-time price would be. I also want to point out that when you see the word price, what we're going to be talking about is a simple average of the SMM DLAP prices over some period of time, okay? So there's going to be comparisons between the bid cap and the prices. So just keep in mind that's when we're talking about prices, we're talking about SMM DLAP averages. Okay, let's go to the next slide. Okay, so I'll do my best to walk through this slide slowly and get all the information out of it that we can. This slide is intended to show that there were different types of inputs and regressions and projections that were estimated in different combinations. So the team had tweaked, various inputs like the type of regressors, the look-back period, which the look-back period is telling you how far in the past to look. So let me quickly help you interpret what these numbers under the look-back period column mean. The first number is starting today, how many days in the past am I looking? So for the first row, that look-back period is 60-60. It's interpreted to mean I'm going to take the last 60 days of data for whatever regressor I'm using. And then the second number is going back to last year at this day and looking 60 days forward. So if today is September 26, 2022, I would go back to September 26th of 2021 and take 60 days forward from that date, also as sample data, okay? So the first number again is starting today in the number of days looking backwards. The second number is starting at this day last year, the number of days looking forward, okay? There's also various data treatments that were done, how certain types of outliers were handled. I won't get too much into that. But in the regression itself, the team tweaks. The most important one to talk about is what quantile is used. So you see here in these example methodologies oscillating between 97.5 and 90% or percentile. So 97.5 is intended to mimic the imbalance reserve percentile, so that's an obvious good one to test. But you see in the second row that one example methodology was to use the 90th quantile in the regression and add some type of scalar, to sort of bring you up to, 97.5 on a total value. And we'll talk about, why that might be a good idea. The last thing I want to talk about is the team also considered, these are going to be hourly regressions, so you're going to have one bid cap per hour of every day. Every hour of every day is going to have a separate calculation and a separate cap. We also thought about, well, what if you just did a daily cap? You took the 97.5 percentile or ran the regression over the day and set the same cap for the entire day. We can talk a little bit about the trade-offs of doing that. Obviously, it's simpler, but you lose some nuance there. So I hope this gives a pretty good summary, of the types of things that were tweaked in these methodologies to try to find the best fit here. Are there any questions before I move off this slide?
Yeah,
Anything
a couple observations. I mean, if we look at this, it's 120 data points to estimate the 2.5 percentile. I mean, I think this is going to have the same problems we've had all the times when you use these small sample sizes. It's going to be very variable outcomes, and I think that's why you're saying, well, we got to do things like exclude the outlier results we get, and we don't want to use the 97.5%. We better use 90 and scale it up. And I think that's all because you're finding that this produces a lot of spurious results. Maybe the other approach is to say, well, maybe we should use 5 years of data. So that's one thought. The other thought is, it seems to me there's an endogeneity in here about, well, how high the price is going to be depends on what units you commit and how high their offer prices are. So, I mean, what we're getting in, and remember, on the low price days, we shouldn't, when we have lots of capacity, there should be a zero chance of, on the demand curve, that means there's a zero chance of running out of it because we got so much. So we should be looking at the days where there's a positive probability of hitting the power balance constraint. So I don't know. We'll have to think. I have a lot of thoughts about, questions about what we're doing here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Actually, go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to respond also with some additional context. If you may not remember our last MSC meeting, but we had sort of debated whether or not we wanted to use a statistical approach like this one to estimate. Statistical meaning you take some sample data and have some regression and calculate a number, relative to an approach where you're using actual bids. You take, I don't know, a bids after a certain point of the day. You run a simulated, simulated market run where you increase the forecast to a certain level and see what sort of price comes out. The team felt like, although I don't feel like I can elaborate on the reasons at this time, the team felt like the statistical methods were easier to implement, and so that's sort of the path that we went down since we last spoke.
I understand that part of it, that maybe the statistical approach is better than those, those, things that involve running counterfactuals and running extra runs of the day ahead market. But why are we fixated on short periods of time rather than going back like 5 years and so we're not estimating the 2.5% tail with a couple of data points. And then when we get ridiculous results, then we've got to throw them out and use scalars and so forth, is what I read between the lines is what you ran into. And that's probably what Jim and Ben are going to weigh in on. So I'll just let them.
Well, yeah, and before you do, I'm not aware of what the constraints on data are in terms of like how far they can access going back. So it's certainly something we should think about. If more data would be better to calculate a bit more accurate cap for sure. And if we have the ability to go back farther than is proposed here, maybe that's a good thing. Sorry, Jim.
Well, I guess that kind of depends on, let's see, how you're running this daily, right? Shouldn't be too bad. So yeah, I guess I've been trying to think through just how this is whether this is implicitly sort of saying we're expecting gas to be important in providing this, or we're really just talking about the ability of gas to predict the real-time energy price. Is that how we're thinking of this, or are we thinking of this as, well, we really think a gas unit is sort of the representative unit that would be providing this service? And I think both assumptions may be, getting weaker and weaker over time. Sort of the scarcity conditions would be one obvious example where it's going to diverge from the gas price, and maybe one of the more relevant ones. Just thinking about that. But yeah, in terms of just the specification, if you just added more time, and it seems like you're not, maybe it's implicit here, but you're going to have an hour of day or other types of fixed effects that would sort of identify that kind of
Yeah, now that you say that, I'm not sure if this regression is a single regression run with 24 hourly fixed effects, or if it's 24
You're going to have a separate one for each hour.
24 regressions run for each hour. I have a feeling it's the second one, actually.
Okay, but the intent is that you would have a different value for each hour, at least.
Yeah. And on the gas price, I know that the punchline will be that gas prices turn out to predict real-time prices better than the net load forecast does. However, and I don't have this on the slide, but I'm sure it'll be in the report. The relationship is, let's say, somewhere between strong and weak, right? It's not it's not a tight prediction by any means, but sort of the best we've got. And I think, it does a reasonably good job, as we'll see in the data, but, something to think about. And maybe something to think about is if that relationship is degrading over time, as you suggest, maybe that's the cause for concern.
So speaking of which, Scott's 5-year suggestion, Jim, you suggested that scarcity conditions, if scarcity conditions are getting rarer or more common, for example, the role of flexi-ramp pricing may be different in the future than the past, then going back 5 years with a generation mix from 5 years ago and the market rules of 5 years ago, they may or may not be adding more information. But this is something that, an out of sample tests, would be good things to perform to figure out which, specifications seem to be best.
I'm not even sure that we should be thinking about the peak on the peak day. The price is going to go to 1,000. I mean, it doesn't matter that on the intermediate days where we have choices, we want to commit, the units that are economic for those intermediate days. On the day where we've got nothing left, there's no choice. We're going to
then the cap's going to be 1,000 anyways. Yeah,
take what we can get. But I mean, it seems to me we're really looking at what is the price on the days where we get some value out of this for committing an extra unit. But that's where it gets endogenous because of, well, what were you committing in the historical days?
Right, but in the same vein, if you set the price cap too low during those periods of scarcity, that's when you're going to jack up the IRU price, perhaps unnecessarily.
Right. Or the people just won't bid it and we'll be short of.
Well, which would really jack up the price,
Right, yeah.
Yeah. I'll just add for context that it's not in these slides, but we do consider removing this cap under some predefined system emergency, which would probably be defined as something of a flex alert or higher. So, you know, on those hours, we would ignore the cap essentially.
But yeah, it does raise I've been trying to think about what's the right even objective function here. Because you're thinking of this in terms of predicting an extreme price, but I'm not sure that is what the objective should be.
I see Alva's waiting to ask a question.
Yeah, this is just I know this is off the wall and not effective, but following more thinking about what Jim was saying and looking at how much work is involved in trying to come up with a kind of a cloud of a fair price, which could be any, you know, you really have no ability to know where it's going to wind up on any particular day, and it may or may not have the right incentive effects. So one of the assumptions with the imbalanced reserves is that they're going to be deployed a lot. In fact, I think you'll see when Jim gets further that they're thinking of using almost 100% as their expected deployment. In a worst case, that's what could be done, obviously, with imbalanced reserves. I wonder whether an alternative solution completely different from this would be to simply randomly deploy imbalanced reserves from all offering resources as self-schedules so that they don't set the price in those periods where they're being randomly deployed, so that there's enough of a risk that you are going to get deployed in the market to discourage, falsification essentially of either your characteristics or your costs. I know this is not a plausible idea, but I just wanted to it was a thought I had in terms of in reference to what Jim has been identifying as, I think, a kind of a weakness with this approach to trying to control bad behavior.
So kind of like testing deliverability of spin, or things that.
Right. Very much.
Yeah, I guess the concern there is if we really are using this for a lot of the real-time energy, then we're kind of throwing out the whole idea of there being a merit order and just selecting supply sort of randomly, which wouldn't be terribly efficient.
Probably doesn't have to be that often to act as a good discouragement, but I mean, that's definitely the other side of it.
Okay, thanks, Alva.
Well, again, I think if we're worried about just underperformance, it seems like a non-performance penalty that's pretty severe would be a cleaner way of dealing with that problem.
I'll just note we do have I'll call them non-performance penalties sort of baked in already into the settlement of imbalance reserve with the suppliers. You know, to the extent like if what you mean by non-performance is that they offer in a day-ahead market for a certain level of capacity, they get an award, and then in real time, they're on outage or something happens, they can't deliver that quantity. They're going to be on the hook for buying back potentially at the flexi ramp price in real time if they can't do that, which we feel is already pretty penal relative to just making them buy back their imbalance reserve award. But
well,
maybe
I think what we've been talking about here is sort of in periods of scarcity, if they bid really high and, say they bid $950 and the price is $100 or $1,000, then they're only really losing $50 if they never have any capacity. Or in the extreme, they're bidding $999 and then there really isn't that much downside. So I think it would have to be something beyond just the imbalance costs.
I see.
Wait a minute, Jim. This is for capacity. So if they cleared for $4 of capacity in the day-ahead market, and then they failed to deliver, and the plexi-ramp price went to $237, it wouldn't matter. They wouldn't get paid the $999. They'd have sold for $4 and bought it back for $237.
Oh, okay, yeah. So if the flexi ramp would be in capacity terms, yeah. So, well, maybe that is.
Should I go to the next slide?
Yep, I think so.
All right. So a couple of metric definitions for you. The first is coverage. Okay, so coverage is telling us what's the percent of the time that the bid cap was sufficient to cover the actual FMM price. So for example, if the coverage value was 50%, then we would expect that the bid cap would only cover the actual FMM price 50% of the time. The goal here being trying to get the coverage number to be pretty close to 97.5, because that's sort of what our objective was to try to get it to a point where if you needed all the imbalance reserve and reliability capacity, what sort of price level would you be looking at? Difference measures just the algebraic difference between the bid cap itself and the price. Okay, that one's pretty easy. Closeness is the absolute difference. Closeness is the absolute difference between the projected bid cap and the actual price. So to the extent that it's just the absolute value of the difference from the second set. And then scale is a ratio of the bid cap to the FMM prices. So if you have a scale value of 0.5, that will reflect that your bid cap is about 2 times larger on average than your actual prices. And then a scale of 1 would reflect a bid cap that's about equal to the average, equal to on average to the FMM prices that are observed. And we can come back to these definitions if we need to. Let's go to the next slide. So we're going to present 2 methodologies, okay? The first methodology is sort of the standard first one that we have thought of. And I'll cut to the chase and save you the time that methodology 2 at this point is our preferred approach, which would be demonstrated in that supplemental report that's coming out. So we'll sort of jump from first to best when these comparisons here. So this first methodology is using average gas prices as the regressor, is estimating the quantile regression at the 97.5 percentile, and is incorporating a look-back period of 60 days backwards, 60 days backwards from the current date and 60 days forward from this date last year. And so what you can see in these box plots are the difference between the FMM prices and the bid cap for months January through June. I believe, I'm sure this is for the year 2022. And for values that are positive, indicates that the bid cap was higher than the observed FMM price. Values that are negative indicate that the actual FMM price it was higher than the bid cap. The bid cap was not high enough. So I don't know if I have any general comments about trends here. I'll point out a couple things that we talked about as a team. If you look at peak hours of April, May, and June, you'll notice a couple of hours or maybe 1 hour in that set where you get some really high bid caps relative to the actual prices that are that were observed. The issue comes down to Dr. Harvey said, that with a small sample of data, and this distribution of data is really long-tailed. And what I mean by that is you're going to have a cluster of a clustering in the distribution of the data that's relatively, your day or real-time price is somewhere between $30 and $60. And then every once in a while, you're going to have big spikes. And those big spikes can manifest themselves in spiking the bid cap price if you're looking at the 97.5 quartile. I do have a slide in the appendix if you want to look at a little more what I mean by that, we can do that. But that's certainly a flaw of using a quartile or a percentile that's that close to the extremes, because you are exposing yourself to extreme swings in prices that can cause inaccurate bid caps. So the last thing I'll mention is that the coverage values of this for this metric are pretty, or this combination of metrics, I guess, are pretty, hovering around 97.5. There's some values that are, in the 99s and in the 95s, but its coverage is about what we would want. But you'll see in 2 slides from now, we'll do a sort of a side-by-side comparison that we can get a same amount of coverage, but a lot more closeness by sort of tweaking the methodology. Let's go to the next slide, and then I'll stop for questions. So this, at this point, of all the combinations that we've tried, is our preferred approach. It is using the average gas price as the regressor, same as the last approach. It is estimating at the 90th quartile rather than the 97.5, which has the benefit of smoothing out those outliers better than the previous approach did. Although we talked about what the benefit of more data might help potentially in smoothing that out. It's got the same 60-60 look back, so the same sample data as the previous methodology, except this time we're applying a scalar of 1.2 to the values to try to bring those values closer to the 97.5 level that we're looking for. So if you just looked at on the right-hand side of the screen in the row that says coverage, you'll see pretty similar coverage numbers to the last slide. But when we look at the comparison of closeness and difference on the next slide, you'll see that they're a lot smaller. You can see that just visually in the box plot that those big jumps during the peak don't happen because we've absorbed those outlier events by using the 90th percentile. And in general, like if you look in, it's kind of hard because these figures are so small, but if you used your magnifying glass and compared the two, you would see that the distributions are a lot closer, a lot closer to zero, or a lot tighter together than they were in the previous method. Okay, so the next slide, I believe, is sort of a side-by-side.
And just
Go ahead, Ben.
I'm sorry, just confirming, James, these are out of sample in the sense that you're simulating a rolling forward procedure. So if it's April 19th, you look at the previous 60 days, April 18th and before. And then on April 20th, you do April 19th and the previous 60 days, et cetera.
That's right.
Yeah, a lot of them, as soon as you open it, they do that.
Whoops.
It's no drought,
somebody mute.
but get it off. If I turn off, I don't know, if I turn it off,
Excuse me,
it goes to
George, can you please mute your line?
Yeah, we can let it run until we get it up there.
I'm terribly.
There you go. Thanks, Jemmy. Anyway, just to understand the out-of-sample testing, this is simulating a rolling forward procedure with every day you update it, and then this coverage and the other tests are a true out-of-sample test in that you're, on April 19th, you only use data from April 18th and before, and this is evaluating how it actually performed on April 19th, et cetera, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Assume the 1.2 scalar is something you came up with studying this sample period. So the question is, if you looked at other sample periods like August 2020 and June and July 2021, and the periods around them, would 1.2 work, or would it be, 0.9 or 1.5? I mean, that's the thing when you got these ad hoc adjustments to make it come out. You got to study whether that ad hoc adjustment works in other periods.
Mm-hmm. Yep, good point.
For a normal distribution, there's I don't know what the number is, but whether it be near that or whatever, but it'd be similar to, you're assuming some sort of thickness of the tail, and conceivably the thickness of that tail might be different in the summer months than other times. So you could learn the best value.
It could be, and the spikes that, from my understanding, and the report will have more of this, but my understanding is the spikes we saw in the last, method were related to some issues around really tight gas constraints on a small number of days. And so you had, really spiky prices on those days, that could impact, again, this bid cap if you don't have enough data to sort of smooth out those outliers. So, but I agree. I think that
the 1 year look back, you're going to look back February 2022. It's going to look back to February 2021. And I guess June would have looked back to June 2021. So I guess it is in the sample there.
And the look back period in terms of like only having 1 year, like you look back 1 year rather than several years in advance, there could be, like this, if there are spiky prices that are for things that are not relevant to your regressors, right? Either your net gas price. If the gas price spikes and the price and the energy price spikes, that's a good thing. Or if you're using net load, if you had really high loads on one day and your price spikes, that's something. But this issue with, if you have like something causing price spikes that are not predictable or predicted by the regressors you're using, and you only look back, let's say that this gas constraint issue happened on two random days in February, then that's going to permeate into your requirements for the next year. And those things may be completely unrelated to, you see what I'm getting at? That's another reason I think having more data potentially not only smooths out the outliers, but it also sort of corrects for sort of spurious events where prices spiked at some period in ways that you couldn't predict using these regressors.
Yep. I actually work on collateral policy for some of the ISOs, and I found that short look-back periods have this feature that they produce too much volatility, and they go way too high when there's something bad a year ago, and then they go way too low when you have a mild minter. So you're always sort of too much collateral when you don't need it, and too little when you don't, if you use the short look-back periods. So it's one of these things where it's tricky. I know the world is changing, but you've also got to think about these sample sizes. So I think the 90% makes sense. It's because it's going back to a thicker part of the distribution, and maybe they derived the 1.2 based on some statistics. But as Ben was saying, they were thinking about what's the shape of the normal distribution, and they had some particular skew distribution they had in mind, and they were projecting. Maybe it makes sense, but that'd be good to understand where it came from, or if it's just an ad hoc. It worked for these 6 months.
Mm-hmm. So maybe if we can skip over to slide 11. Let's not stay on this too long, but the punchline here, if you read these slides, is that the two methods provide similar coverage in terms of the percent of time that they are, the bid cap is sufficiently high to cover the real-time price, but method 2 does a lot better in terms of its performance of the closeness of the bid cap values to what was actually observed, because again, it's smoothing out those outlier events. Let's see slide 12. This is just a visual difference. If you want to compare side by side the two methods, and let's go to slide 13. Okay, so that wraps us up for that topic. If there's any last questions or comments or feedback, we can do that now.
So that compared the first two methods, and then you showed two other methods in the table. That all those results will be reported later in a report that we'll be able to see, right?
That's right. Mm-hmm.
And at a very high level, was there anything to like about the last two methods when you included both gas price and load, for example, was bivariate rather than univariate?
My understanding is that the performance was not that much better relative to the increased complexity of implementing a multivariate regression that's run all the time. And so I think that the team decided that the trade-off is to go with a single variable regression rather than having both because of that trade-off.
Okay. Well, looking forward to the report. Thanks for this part of the presentation. We have 45 minutes left, so why don't you plunge on?
All right, so we'll switch over now to energy storage, as if we haven't talked about that enough today. Let's go to the next slide.
Can never talk about it enough, yeah.
Right, yeah. Okay, so this slide presents the state of charge constraints as they're listed in the day-ahead market enhancements technical appendix. The important point I want to start with is that we've already kind of talked about this, but in the IFM today, the capacity that can be awarded to an energy storage resource will not violate state of charge constraints that are listed on the screen. So slide by slide, I'll kind of Englishify these equations. So let's go to the next slide. So we'll start with this first equation here. Essentially what it's saying is that a resource's state of charge in the current interval is the state of charge in the previous interval, plus or minus the current interval's charging or discharging schedule. So pretty simple, you take the state of charge of the resource from the last interval, you add or subtract any charging or discharging that it's awarded, and that is your current interval state of charge. Next slide. This next equation means that the sum of all of the upward capacity awards, which are described as regulation up is RU, spinning reserve and non-spinning reserve are SR and NR respectively, and then IRU is imbalance reserve up, cannot exceed the quantity between the resource's current state of charge, that's SOC sub IT on the right-hand side of the constraint, and the resource's minimum state of charge, which is SOC with the bar on the bottom. That's the leftmost term. Then the next slide, please.
In words, is this sort of saying that it's assuming that the storage unit would only discharge for an hour? So it's not looking at a situation where we have 3 or 4 or 6 hours of above forecast load, and that IR would be needed for. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, you're foreshadowing the conversation because these are within our constraints. So with hour by hour, these constraints will be applied.
Okay, but is that an apt characterization that in a sense it's assuming that there would be just given the battery state of charge, there would be just 1 hour where its reserve, its capacity that is procured for IR, et cetera, would actually be utilized. It's not saying, well, you've got to have enough storage to cover, your entire IR award over 24 hours. That would be pretty ridiculous. But let's say an IR award for for any 2-hour window has to be covered. It's basically a 1 hour window. If you can cover 1 hour of your IR award, then you're fine.
Yeah, and I should clarify, actually, the first equation is a state of charge constraint, and the second two equations are actually capacity constraints, where it's saying the sum of your upward capacity awards can't exceed your charge or discharge headroom, essentially, in any given hour.
For a single hour, but it's not.
For a single hour, yeah.
If you were to say this had to be for 2 hours, you would multiply all the reserves by 2 to cover 2 hours worth of energy that's being drawn that otherwise wasn't in the schedule. Am I understanding this correct?
I think what Ben's getting at is similar to what we talked about this morning with the regulation. Like if you sell regulation, shouldn't we expect some energy movement? And the first state of charge constraint.
That's correct.
Doesn't have
This is George Aguilera. So I don't know if you can hear me.
Yes.
Yeah, sorry for the noise. I had. So anyway, the SOC calculation is an intertemporal constraint. So this equation here with the limits on the SOC is a constraint for each hour on the 24-hour optimization. But in combination with the equation that calculates the SOC based on what energy and ancillary services are awarded as you go from one hour to the next, that's an intertemporal, yes.
Sure, but is the EN
So these equations
values...
are formulated. Yeah, they're formulated for each hour. So each hour has the set of these constraints. So for any given hour, you make sure that if there is any capacity awards, that there is sufficient SOC above the minimum and below the maximum, depending on the direction you're checking, to make sure that the ancillary services are deliverable, assuming that there is some energy content that is going to be coming out of these capacity awards in real time.
Okay, so the ENs in these equations, the ENs in these equations are affected by how much IRU or how much reg up?
I think these are energy. They're starting with the way it is now, and I think in a few pages they're going to get to the problem you're talking about and show.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay.
And I think that's what Ben was asking about, right? Was, you know, if you're awarded reg up all the time, and then the SOC isn't going to be adjusted according to that first constraint.
Yeah, it will help to see these EN and IRU, and all these are control variables that are co-optimized, subject to these constraints. So as they are co-optimized, we make sure that we're not running outside the SOC limits. Thank you.
That's kind of why I mentioned we're foreshadowing the conversation a little bit, because these are the ways, you know, this state of charge constraint here is the way it's currently formulated, and then these capacity constraints are also the way they're currently formulated, with the exception that we've added imbalance reserve up and down into these equations.
And if the expected energy provided from each of these ancillary services were 0, then maybe there isn't even an issue. But I guess the several of these we've seen that the expected amount is non-zero, and so.
Yep, right. Especially for IR, right?
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Okay, let's move to the next slide.
Yes, that's correct, Jim.
Okay.
In the current formulation, we assume 0 because, you know, it's like having a coefficient of 0 for the capacity awards, meaning there is no energy content. But this leads to the problem we're trying to address, where in the day-ahead market, you can have a storage resource sitting at 0 megawatt schedule, providing the maximum capacity award over the entire day, which is not feasible.
Okay, let's continue. It sounds like we're going to be returning, doing a more detailed look at this issue anyway, a little bit later, time permitting. Yeah. So let's go ahead.
Okay, next slide. Okay, so this is a simple illustration of the capacity and state of charge constraints that were described on the previous slide. So this rectangle illustrates the capacity of a 4 megawatt hour battery. And these yellow lines here represent the resource's current state of charge, which we're assuming at 1 megawatt hour, and the resource's minimum state of charge, which we're assuming 0.5 megawatt hours. So all the state of charge capacity constraint ensures that if this battery were to receive upward capacity awards from the ISM, that the sum of them cannot exceed the range between these yellow bars. Okay, but then the question is, now that's true within the hour, but what about, over some multi-hour period? So let's go to the next slide. So here's the example that I'm going to use to demonstrate this concept. We got the same battery as the last slide, now visualized over a 4-interval period. We can assume they're hourly intervals or whatever interval. You can assume they're hourly intervals, since this figure right now is looking at a day-ahead market run. So what's happening here is that, first of all, you'll notice that between the 4 intervals, the state of charge is not changing. That's an assumption that I'm making in the example. And the interpretation of that is that this resource is not getting a discharge or charge schedule from the IFM. That's why its state of charge is constant over these 4 intervals. What it is receiving is an imbalance reserve up award of some quantity in all of these 4 intervals in the day-ahead market. Okay, it does not violate the state of charge constraints that we expressed in the first slide, because within each interval, within each hour, the amount of imbalance reserve does not exceed the quantity of charging capacity by comparing its minimum state of charge to its current state of charge. Now let's go to the next slide. Here's what could happen with this example. We want the imbalance reserve up obligates this resource to provide economic energy bids for the quantity of its imbalance reserve up award into the real-time market for these 4 hours. Let's assume, by way of this example, that for some reason the uncertainty that there's uncertainty that materializes, and it materializes in the first hour that this resource has an award, and the real-time optimization decides to dispatch this resource for energy, which it does in the first hour. And the same situation happens in the second hour. It dispatches this unit for energy to meet the uncertainty, which it does in the second column. And then what you're left with in columns 3 and 4 is that this resource no longer has state of charge to support the imbalance reserve up awards that it was awarded to provide in the day-ahead market. Now let's go to the next slide. So here are the punchline. The state of charge formulation today does not assume capacity awards ultimately increase or decrease state of charge. And this, we talked about this morning. That's not, it's not true, or it's, not true for REG, and it's not true for spin, non-spin, imbalance reserve, and reliability capacity, all the other capacity products in the day-ahead market. The concern that we have is that relying on this capacity, if you had imbalance reserve up awards scheduled on your battery fleet over some period of time, and this sort of situation happens where uncertainty materializes earlier than expected and depletes the resource and state of charge, you're not going to have enough. You're not going to have enough resource capacity to meet, that load level in the later hours. And so we're saying it can result in, quote, leaky capacity that dilutes, in our opinion, the quantity of reserves that can be held across the day. And so we also feel that this situation would create a disconnect between how the resource owner wants to participate in the real-time market relative to how the system operators want this resource to participate in the real-time market. Because if you think about it, if you're put in a situation as a storage resource owner where you have these imbalance reserve awards that you're obligated for, not only you're going to have this obligation to provide these energy bids, but you also have to be thinking about if the real-time market dispatches me earlier, in such a way where I'm not able to fulfill my imbalance reserve awards later in the day, I'm going to be subject to deviation settlements that we talked about in the last topic, where, if you can't provide these awards, you may have to buy back the imbalance reserve at the real-time flex RAM price. So it may be beneficial from a market participant's perspective actually not to provide the energy that is obligated to save its state of charge to provide in the later intervals. And that's contrary to the way that we want imbalance reserves to be used. We want them to be available when uncertainty materializes at any point of the day. So there's this disconnect that we feel is happening. So let's go to the next slide. Next slide, please. Slide 22. Thank you. So this new equation is that first equation that we presented on, it was either the first or second slide, that takes that state of charge constraint and adds these red terms. Okay, so I'll describe what these red terms are. You have the upward capacity product, reg up, spinning reserve, non-spinning reserve, and imbalance reserve. Here, you also have the downward capacity products being reg down and imbalance reserve down. And each term has a separate coefficient in front of it that can be tuned to reflect the likelihood of that capacity product being converted to energy in real time. It's very similar to the conversation we had earlier, except we're adding a few more terms, in which case, spinning reserve and non-spinning reserve would have coefficients that are different from that you would see for reg up. And one other point on this formulation is that the coefficient in front of imbalance reserve up and down is assumed to be 1, which essentially means that we are assuming in this constraint that all of the imbalance reserve up and down awards are deployed as energy. Now, these can be tunable, but that's just, if this were the way it was implemented today, that would be the consequence of that constraint. So again, these coefficients are configurable between 0 and 1 to reflect the expectation that energy will be produced or consumed for these positive or negative capacity services. And before I stop, I'll just add also that this is the constraint that would be present in the IFM because these are the products that are procured in IFM, but we would have a similar constraint in RUC to constrain reliability capacity up and down in a similar way that we're doing here for these capacity products in IFM. So I will stop there.
This all makes sense, but I don't understand why you don't have an alpha, a parameter for IRU and IRD that you'd set based on experience. Because this would say over the day, well, I mean, if they got all imbalanced reserves, then they'd use it all up, but they probably wouldn't use it up every hour of the day.
Yeah, it is a restrictive assumption. Conservative from the system operator's point of view, not the exact opposite from the participant's point of view. And so, similar to the conversations that we had earlier today, it could be that we define a coefficient in front of imbalance reserve up and down that reflects the expected probability of deploying that energy, which
is a function of the price.
So. And also, you're assuming that
maybe I can explain. Scott, this is to be consistent with the deployment scenarios that we have in the IFM, where we procure those products, imbalance reserve up and imbalance reserve down, assuming they're deployed. In the deployment scenario, we assume full deployment, subject to transmission constraints, to make sure that they are fully deliverable if we need to deploy them fully. So to be consistent with that assumption, we also assume here that there will be full energy content on this capacity awards for every hour, so that they're fully deployable if we actually have to deploy them 100%, even over consecutive hours. So that's the reason for this. And I don't know if James has already mentioned, we'll have the similar equation also in RUC for reliability capacity up and down, because that's also the assumption in RUC. We procure those reliability capacity up and down rewards, assuming they're fully deployable, subject to the transmission constraints in RUC.
But you're actually making a not very conservative assumption when you say that the coefficient for the sum of IRU and IRD is 1, because that means if you have schedules for the same IR up and IR down, then you're saying that over the day we'll have no energy use, where that may not be a very reasonable assumption. And same for RUC up and RUC down. to say that the coefficient is 1 for
Yes.
both?
Yeah, for RAC it's probably okay because you will either have reliability capacity upward or reliability capacity downward. You don't have them at the same time. For imbalance reserve up and down, you have a good point. We do have different deployment scenarios for imbalance reserve up and down that we procure these products. So yes, there we assume that if they're fully deployable, they're deliverable. But now if you carry both products as a storage resource, perhaps having a full energy content for both products as if they are fully deployable in the same hour, maybe it's a stretch. So this is something that we need to think about.
I agree for the deployment test, you want to use the full amount, but I'm just thinking over the day, I know it would be much more complicated, but it worries me that they're going to net to zero if they have the same schedule, and that might not really be realistic.
I guess I'm worried a little bit about the scenario, for example, where a battery wants to provide, say, IRU, but would prefer not to have to cycle up and down. And maybe it does want to bid $900 just because it wants to keep its charge unless it's really needed. This is assuming essentially that if it sells IRU in 1 hour, it's got to recharge in order to sell it in a later hour. And do we want to discourage that?
We could always do it in real time. This is just being a conservative in the day-ahead market saying.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
And to be clear, this would be a constraint in the ISM, not in the real-time market.
But IRU is kind of a day-ahead concept, isn't it?
Yeah. It would be a day-ahead market constraint only, is what I'm trying to say.
So I can imagine doing, looking at deviations of real-time load from day-ahead forecasts and taking a look at the persistence of, let's say, being, of upward errors versus downward errors, whether you can go many hours straight, and so this with needing to deploy IR, and if that's the case, then this is a more serious problem than if it turns out that the deployment of IR is, pretty, tends to go for, pretty short, 1, 2, or 3 intervals or something. I suspect that if it's hot weather driven, then if you're short in 1 hour and need to deploy IR, you're probably going to need to deploy in a lot of hours. But that's an empirical question that's probably worth looking at.
I wonder if the load conformance discussion we had earlier will play here too, that because the HASP load conformance is a lot higher than in the RTD, that we'll get a systematic trend in the way the imbalance reserves are used.
Right. If, as Gabe suggested, that was to blame for the very systematic difference between the coefficients for reg up and reg down. Good point. I see that Alva is in queue. So Alva, would you like to ask your question?
Yeah, just one thing I was curious about is, so basically the way IRU or IRD get deployed is as either energy or flexible ramping, and if in real time, and if it doesn't get converted into energy directly, then it's going to be flexible ramping. And I was trying to remember, is there some artifact of flexible ramping that causes a certain amount of it to be deployed, like in the final intervals of hours or intervals in real time? I had some recollection of some strange phenomena like that might cause systematic deployment of the imbalance reserves. And I was just curious whether that's actually the case or not. It might just be a misremembering something from the past.
I would defer to George if he heard the question still on the phone.
Yeah, I had a question regarding the deployment of imbalance reserves, but then in relation to flexible RAM, so I'm not exactly certain. What happens in real time is that the quantity of imbalance reserve awards are simply available with a bid to be optimized now in real time. So in real time, you can convert that to energy, or you can procure flexible RAM from it, and all these products are optimized, so the optimal solution will be whatever is most economic to do. So Alba, if you can clarify a little bit your question on this context so that I can understand exactly what you're asking.
Right. I thought there was something particular that happened in the last interval of, I don't know if it's a 15-minute interval where the third interval, there would be deployment if the flexible ramping hadn't been used, but I'm probably just misremembering something from the past.
We have something like that for the buffer interval and the first interval of the FMM. So in FMM, we don't deploy the flexible RAM. We reserve it for RTD, if this is what you're thinking.
Mm-hmm. Possibly that's what it was. Thanks. Just if it doesn't come up right away, it's just something I was curious about. Okay. In terms of systematically deploying flexible ramping as opposed to just always having exactly the same phenomenon in each interval of it being evaluated for either deployment or reserve.
Ideally, it will be evaluated in each interval over the real-time horizon. So these products, flexible RAM and energy, are optimized over the entire time horizon. So, of course, we only settle the binding for energy and the binding to first advisory for the flexible RAM, but they're optimized for all the intervals. But there's no systematic, there's nothing that will systematically release the flexible RAM, forcibly release it. I mean, it's already available. You can use it if you need it, and if it's economic. The only thing that I can think about is the end-of-hour constraints for storage resources. You know those. They prescribe what the SOC needs to be at the end of the hour within maybe a range, and that range can be. Yeah, so this could force a certain energy to meet that SOC, which could result in the dispatch of flexible RAM, even if you don't need it, technically. Right. If you're referring to that, then that's for storage, yeah.
No, I wasn't. I was just wondering whether there were any systematic biases in the deployment. Thank you.
Thanks, Alva. I do think the issue relates to the requirement that IR be rampable within a very short period of time, which, as we've discussed in previous MSC meetings, may be overly conservative. But let's see. Let's go ahead, James, and continue. I think this is the last slide in this section.
It is. Yep, we can move topics. Thankfully, we only have 2 slides to discuss for local market power mitigation of imbalance reserves and reliability capacity. So let's go to the first of 2. Okay, let's talk about what was proposed in our previous proposal, and we'll discuss a little bit how our thinking has changed based on stakeholder feedback to that proposal. The previous proposal said we would mitigate imbalance reserve in reliability capacity offers using a dynamic competitive path assessment criteria similar to the one that we use for energy mitigation. And if the dynamic competitive path assessment results in a resource needing to be mitigated, we would use the competitive LMP as the mitigation price and not use any sort of default bid concept. So the competitive LMP for these products is similar to how it's determined for energy, where you just decompose the elements of the LMP and you take out the portion that is contributed to from the non-competitive constraints identified in the DCPA, and that's where you get your competitive LMP. Now, I want to be really clear that what we're talking about here in terms of default bids for these capacity products are not the same as the default energy bid concept that we have for energy mitigation. So I'm going to use the term default availability bid, which is a term to describe bids that would be used for mitigation of the capacity products that we're talking about, imbalance reserve and reliability capacity. And they're conceptually different from default energy bids, which are used for energy mitigation. The second bullet succinctly says that we continue to feel that local market power mitigation of imbalance reserve and reliability capacity is necessary because they're nodally procured and therefore local market power could exist. We discussed in the last MSC meeting how the opportunity to exercise local market power mitigation of imbalance reserves specifically is a little nuanced relative to energy mitigation. And so we can revisit some of those ideas if we need to. But we got stakeholder comments that essentially said that the proposal to exclude some sort of default bid is very problematic, could result in, if you're relying only on the competitive LMP for mitigation, could result in excessive mitigation prices. Essentially having a mitigation price that's unrelated to the resource's cost, and therefore mitigating them to a price that is excessive. Then let's go to the next slide. So based on that feedback, we are reconsidering this concept of a default availability bid. Again, that's specifically for imbalance reserve or reliability capacity mitigation. Now, we have been in this initiative discussing this concept of a default bid for these capacity products for a long time. And we essentially are at the point where we feel it's appropriate to include some sort of default bid for these products for mitigation, but we just don't have the information that we need to construct a reliable and rigorous default availability bid methodology, at least relative to default energy bid methodology. And if you'll remember, constructing default energy bids for things like, hydro resources and batteries with opportunity costs were lengthy processes with a lot of, information, and we just don't have that same level of information that we do for default energy bids. And conceptually, what constitutes availability cost is admittedly a little nebulous on a resource-specific basis. So essentially what we're proposing here is that we're contemplating a conservative default bid, and from conservative, I'm considering this from the supplier's perspective, meaning that it is a relatively high, we think, default bid price for these products that would be system-wide, meaning by that I mean the same for all resources at all times, both within the day and across the year, that essentially acts as a floor for mitigation. And we would implement that in game day one. We would have to work with stakeholders to define what price makes sense for this floor in the meantime. But essentially what we propose to do is that we would propose this, we would implement this in day one of day-ahead market enhancements. And then after some time where we have some operational experience with imbalance reserves and reliability capacity, and we get to observe what suppliers are offering for these products under competitive conditions, we'll have more information about, what default availability if we want to develop a more rigorous methodology for coming up with like a resource by resource default availability bid. We have more information at that time and can sort of re-engage with stakeholders to develop that. But I'll leave with one last point. At the MSC last MSC conversation we had around DANE, where George, we came up with some examples to illustrate how local market power mitigation of imbalance reserve works. We acknowledge that mitigating energy offers does in part help mitigate imbalance reserve offers because the products are co-optimized and fungible. And we think that, but we do continue to think that, taking the next step, that just mitigating energy offers is not sufficient to provide, good local market power protection for these products. And there are stakeholders that disagree to say, it's sufficient to just mitigate energy. And we would like for the MSC to contemplate that, whether or not going this extra step in mitigating these products is both necessary and worth the implementation effort for the additional benefit that might be gained in protecting from local market power. So I'll stop there and open it up for you all.
Thanks, James. Scott or Jim?
There's a lot of downsides to mitigating wrong here. It would be helpful to know the state of storage procurement. The normal thought process that at least I usually go through is how much of this stuff is actually being sold on the spot market at spot prices versus being procured ahead of time and has some kind of locked-in value, and how much is at stake by the owner of the resource in the spot market. And I guess I don't feel like I know enough about who what a typical contract for service looks like here, who the residual claimant on these types of payments would be between, even if a battery resource is under contract to a load serving entity under one type or another. But those certainly would be, strongly mitigating factors if most of this stuff is being linked to, some type of bundled RA agreement or with some other renewables procurement that's extending the, creating a hybrid resource. Though all those things are ways to try to mitigate the spot market power as well, in addition to trying to do this kind of management of bids, which, we've sort of known forever is really, even mitigating the energy bids is pretty difficult, let's call it. Carries its risks, and here we're in an even tougher situation. So, I think I'm sympathetic to the idea of having a kind of damage control single mitigation level, given that trying to do something more precise is both really difficult, and I can see some real downsides to it.
The ISO doesn't have an idea of how they're going to come up with that one number yet, is what I gather.
Well, we have, for example, we've talked about in the past that we could, we could link that number somehow to a certain like high percentile price, historic spinning reserve price or some other capacity product that we have in our current day ahead market where you could maybe get an idea of what, a relatively competitive price for capacity might be. It got pushed back when we did that, but doing nothing also received pushback. So, it's going to have to, from my perspective, it's going to have to be some sort of meet in the middle approach where can we agree on a floor that's, sufficient without being overly, burdensome in times where it's important. But getting that price right is going to be tricky.
The difference in this proposal is now that's going to be a transitional default availability bid, and then the last bullet is you're going to change it after a while.
Yeah, so I think, what you can do is, for example, we could observe, after some time has gone by and we know what people are bidding for these products, we can observe things like what are people bidding under competitive conditions, what are their offer prices when there's no uncompetitive constraints, and see if we can use that information to find patterns. If maybe a more rigorous methodology just means, you can have different default bids for storage and hydro than you do for gas. Maybe that's a win. Maybe you'll find patterns in prices and over times of the day or days of the year that you can incorporate to have a little more granularity, but we sort of reevaluate what that might look like.
It seems like, given what we've talked about earlier, that there's also just opportunity costs at play, even to the capacity now, because if I sell IRU, it's going to feed back into some of these SOC constraints. Yeah, and whenever you start talking about those sorts of opportunity costs, things get really hard to try to mitigate.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I think we would definitely appreciate how difficult this is, and the dangers of over mitigation, but having no limit whatsoever sounds pretty risky also. So starting with something conservative does seem to make sense. But we have, for years we've talked about, what's the cost of reserving fuel and things like that, without really having much of an idea of what that is. So it does appeal to me to look at spin or some other reserve, even though it's acquired on a zonal, not a nodal basis, as a reasonable starting point times some safety factor. I think you're definitely groping in the dark.
Yeah, non-RA RUC bid is another potential link, which actually I should have mentioned that, possibly we'd have different mitigation prices for imbalance reserve and reliability capacity. Thankfully, there's no, so using non-RA RUC bids may be a better link than spin for reliability capacity.
So it is 8 o'clock here on the East Coast, 5 o'clock where you all are, and doesn't seem to be anybody queued up for questions. So unless Jim and Scott, you have something more to add here, I think this is probably a good point to wrap, and then I'm sure this topic will return to in the future. Definitely, James and Gabe, if you're still there, appreciate all the work you did to put together these slides. I know George was also involved, as well as Guillermo and his group. It's made for a very interesting discussion. Scott or Jim, anything else you want to add at this point?
Nothing from Scott.
Nope.
Okay. Great. The sun set here 2 hours ago. I think this is a good time to stop and, look forward to the next discussion. We're anticipating, of course, having an MSC meeting we're hoping to adopt opinion before the October board meeting. Stay tuned for that. And there are enough issues going on that we'll probably have a late October or very early November MSC meeting on this or other issues. So thanks, everybody, for the 26 of you who've stayed with us, and look forward to the next meeting. Thank you for your participation. So, operator, I think we can end the call now.
Bye all.
Bye all.
Thank you for using event services. You may now disconnect.